Combat ended, but inspiration is still nice.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really remember the ending part, as well as most, but yeah. Um, we started in the slime fields of the abyss, uh, walking around, trying to figure out where we're supposed to go for this trial, because we weren't really told. But we saw a big old light in the sky, so we assumed, hey, that light's probably guiding our way. So we went to the light, um, had a couple conversations, and we approached a tower that looked like basically a I can't think of what it's called. It's a fucking tower with a light on it, a
Obelisk,
lighthouse.
perhaps? Lighthouse?
I don't know. But yeah, we approached it, and it seemed like there was a small gnome with a little red ribbon just trailing behind him. He like popped a thread on his suit, and it just started pulling out. And we spoke with him about things, if everything was okay here, and he was like, "Hey, it's not okay. You guys need to follow us." And then he was like, "Oh, hey, big orc. Tell me everything you know." And he brainwiped Ogvar, and everyone basically just kind of smushed him into goo after that. So we walked forward very cautiously and tried to entreat the smaller creatures, to no avail. Seeing a large ooze, a red ooze, at the top of the tower, about to throw a guy off. And we ran up the tower. A lot of us, Nina, Locke, and Juniper. The other three staying at the bottom to provide, not backup really, but just to be there and get the ads, I guess. Uh, we, Basically, we were all trying to stop the Red Ooze from dropping this fella right here, this little guy. Um, which ended up being the Red Ooze itself, like a lot of the other creatures. And people were thrown off buildings, people were flying around, people were teleporting, people were dying. It was a great time. Um, but the Red Ooze was eventually felled inside the building, trying to make us slay a poor halfling man. Um, and yeah, Agvar went down, uh, in while retaliating against it, and we were teleported back to the temple, where a lot of stuff was said. Um, a lot of it I don't really remember well. The main gist, I think he wanted us to check out his stuff and maybe trade some items to make his horde better. And he gave us 6 options to hop through little portals to go to certain places of interest that we had. We talked about extending life, and he mentioned a potion that could be gotten possibly at High Hall or another source. Uh, Locke dropped a bombshell and asked the Heliocasti what the deal with Nina's family is, her lineage. Brandon was caught on the hook of the Heliocasti's line being shown visions of his home forest on an island, and I think that's where we're at.
Mm-hmm. Just to make sure there's no misunderstanding, his home forest is this one, the Great Old Forest, and this one is another island, an
Oh,
island that a lot
definitely.
of sailors have went very far away.
I understood that totally.
Mm-hmm. It's all right. As you are there, and you do have some. The Sphinx has let you be alone a little bit as to converse amongst yourselves about your plans. A lot of role playing did occur, but perhaps summing some stuff up, as a lot of plans have went about and changed a little bit. Perhaps it's a good idea to talk amongst yourselves about your intentions before Helicast comes. As far as I'm concerned, I believe you are not after any of the items, or are you?
Nah, I don't think
think
we
so.
are.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you want to abandon any of those that you do have.
Too greedy. We like ours too much.
We also don't have nearly enough magic items to do this deal.
We do have enough. We've got more than enough to get like a bunch of them. It's just it's hard parting ways with what we already have.
Well, to be fair, you do have some items and some tattoos as well. That tattoos count as magic items. But it's obviously alright if you don't exchange anything as well. But still, more importantly, in regards to what are gonna be your net footsteps, in which direction, that's more what I'm talking about.
Well, so Juniper doesn't want to miss out on the tournament. Is that what you're saying, Kat?
Yeah, basically.
So we're not splitting the party just
We
right
won't
now.
split the party. Yeah.
But we're all gonna go to High Hall in the future.
Yeah.
Look up that potion. Okay. So it's sounding like we're gonna be telling the Sphinx that no, we don't want to go to gamble with the hells. We're not gonna go to Madrona. We're not gonna go to Bikini Atoll. Sorry, to the atoll because we can sail there. We don't.
We'll just
want
go
any
straight
of
to Iron Haven.
We don't want any of its magic items, but it does have some answers. Well, it's already given Brennan the answer to one question, which is great.
Oh, we should probably go to the Springs to get the key instead of going straight to Ironhaven.
Oh, well, there's no portal for that. Yeah, we'll go
Well,
straight back to Key.
I mean, the Casty, you know, she brought us from the fucking peak, so why can't she put us back?
I'm pretty sure there's a very sinister purple portal behind us all, like down this hallway. I'm guessing that's the exit.
Right, sure.
No, I said it's a guess. Do you know what guess means, Ogvar? Is that a word you're not familiar with? Look, it's right down there. I guess it's the exit. So what? We're not going through any of these portals because, you know, hell, none of us actually know. No offense, Juniper, but like, we don't know. Are we sure that your mom's there?
I don't know. Honestly, I mean, we probably should get more information before we go anywhere, anyways.
Yeah. I mean, it's the books say that they're able to travel a lot, like through the ethereal plane as well. So could even be there. I don't.
Could be, you know, just at a spa somewhere too. And we can't get back, right? Sphinx is giving us a way out, so maybe we'll hold on. Like you said.
Sounds okay to me. And I know that Brennan really wants to see his people, so.
And we have the tournament as well. You know, and that's not saying your thing isn't important, Juniper. You know, getting our hands on your mom, but it's pretty important. The tournament's pretty important. We promised the gods.
Oh no, I understand. Absolutely. I agree.
No, it ain't just that though. It's more being assured that we have a return ticket wherever we fucking go.
That too.
I'm guessing, you know, those wizard friends of yours, Ogvar, could help with that.
I mean, maybe.
We could ask more about your mom, right? To Juniper. Both of your
Well,
moms now.
I think I asked Siobhan a while back about that, like how to get to the hells, and he kind of gave me some options that we could probably utilize, but they're far. Well, he actually mentioned the High Hall.
Rich people, yeah, no, totally. They'd know how to get to hell. I mean, not all rich people, but
He also did mention cultists, so I guess we could ask the society and see, since we owe them still, to just go hunt down some cultists and use one of their portals. Worst case scenario.
that is like really worst case. Like, if all else fails, let's jump through a cultist portal. Totally. I mean, it would work. They definitely know how to find some cultists. They're really good at it.
Would that not be dependent on which cultist we are talking about?
Sure. If we don't know, they'd know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sure the society knows. The society knows everything.
They do. They really do. They're amazing. But like, yeah, let's not rush on that one. Jumping through cultist portals. It sounds like a nightmare. You know, it sounds like the beginning of a really bad story. So, what we're just going we're going to turn the Sphinx down, not going anywhere. We pick up key. We go back to Ironhaven. We do our tournament. We can. We can look a little bit more into your mom, Juniper, maybe, to see, whether that be getting to the hells or getting out of the hells once we're in the hells. We can talk to some of our smart friends, and then we figure out if we're going to get a ship to find Brennan's, the guy that knows about Brennan's family, or if we're going to High Hall. Does that sound right?
I mean, remind me if I'm wrong in remembering this, but fucking Bird Dog said that we can only visit the vault once and that's it. So if we don't partake now, the offer's still there for later, right? It's not completely fucking pointless.
I'm actually not too sure. I think she said something about, snooze you lose. If we go now, we might never get back in. But, all these places that we want to go, like High Hall and the Magic Islands, we can get a ship to the Magic Islands and we can, get a carriage to the High Hall. It's just the hells that's the hang-up.
Well, I'd rather have an assured way back than an assured way to get there.
I agree, totally, 100%. Don't like the idea of getting trapped there and standing around looking for another Sphinx.
I agree. So we have a plan?
Sounds like it. Unless anyone wants anything else? Or wants to go anywhere else and we can talk about it, because,
We still haven't cashed in on the drinks she offered us.
Oh yeah, the drinks. I like the blue one. The blue one looks nice. Does anyone remember what they do?
Makes your magic do the best it can.
That's a good question. I feel like I know. Nope. Didn't.
Never mind. Well, I think that's everything.
Well, I ain't leaving before I get some fucking answers, but yeah, that about sums it up for here.
Yeah, I mean, those answers might be rough luck. Like I said, it's like I totally get what you mean. Questions eat you away a little, over time. But okay,
No.
Stinksy might say things that sound really freaky, but that Nina's still Nina, you guys.
No, and I realize that, and that's you know, that's something I've been thinking about for a while since we started talking about fucking wishes or whatever this thing could give us. Yeah, there's a chance the answer's not good or easy, but didn't call it selfish or pretentious on my part, but not knowing for a while fucking sucks. And even if it hurts, it's still, you still know.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. It's not like not knowing who I am has eaten me away and turned me into a weird person or anything. It's just every now and again it's I don't know how to say it. It like hurts my head a little bit. Makes me feel a little shitty every now and again. But just like you, and when you smile, look, you don't deserve, and I don't deserve to ever have our smiles falter for any reason. We only deserve the best. And if knowing where I'm from makes me a little, just a tiny bit happier, then it's worth it in my book. If it stops me guessing, stops me getting lost in my own thoughts, then it's worth it.
Well, Nina, you're not alone. Are you gonna ask for yourself, Locke? Are you gonna find those answers for yourself?
I mean, those aren't gonna fucking do anything, but if fucking Sphinx has the time for it, I mean, more important questions I want answered first, but we'll see afterward, maybe.
Yours are just as important as Nina's, and I think
They are.
Nina would agree.
They totally are. I said this. I get it, Locke. It's already happened. Can't change the past, but in the same way that I don't know why I was where I was, why my life is the way it was, I think you deserve those answers as well. Even if they suck, at least it stops you thinking and stops you doubting.
Oh, yeah, I suppose so. It's just, well, call me an asshole, but I think you deserve to know before anything. You know, I've been fucking thinking the same thing for 30 years. You know, I don't really see what knowing's gonna change, but
The only thing that will change is how you think about it. We can't choose, we can't react, we can't deal with stuff we don't know for sure, because there'll always be a little doubt in the back of your mind that, I don't know, not to put like thoughts in your head or words in your mouth or anything like that, but maybe knowing that your mom did what she did because she loved you, maybe that feels better. Maybe it feels worse than thinking she didn't want you. It doesn't change you. Locke is still Locke. Just because he grew up in an orphanage doesn't matter at all, but occasionally it bites you when you think about it. I've seen you go and scowl after thinking about it, mid-sentence even, and you don't deserve it. You deserve to know. But, your words, not mine, but apparently my answers come first.
no, I'd be lying if I said I didn't keep fucking thinking about it often, but I don't know, not to sound like a broken bard, but fuck, it's just, you being you, and kind of what we are is really taking the focus away from that constant sting. Just makes it better for me if you're happier and more content knowing. But yeah, like you said, if he has the fucking time or knowledge for it afterwards, then we'll see if he's got answers for that too.
It's honestly, it's infuriating, Locke. It makes me really angry, but what you just said, it goes both ways. It infuriates me because we go back and forth. You care about me, I care about you, and geez, it was easier when I was just thinking about myself. It's way better now, but it used to be so much easier.
Well, no, that's true, and yes, I fucking get it. There's a lot of hypocrisy in all this, but I don't know. Fuck, I just want to do it for you, all right? That's what my priority was, and
And
we'll see.
It makes me happy that you did it for me. I'm still selfish, but thank you. It means so much. And I'm going to ask Sphinx straight after she gives you your answers about your mom.
Well, no, that's fair.
Once you know, you can forget. Once you stop guessing, you can let it slip away if it's not something you want to know. And the same goes for me. Besides, after here it's Iron Haven, and if we get shitty answers, we can get good drink.
You always got the best ideas.
I do. The best.
And as you say all this, you will see that Hilocasti has shown herself once more into the room that you are. As she will say first, I'm not sure of your decisions, but as I promised to you, another gift. I should impart of that part of the knowledge before you decide where you venture off to. Though, as any legend, this one is also cryptic. I suppose that you, being the center of it, can understand more than I do. I received some visions, images of a man that did remove his own heart. Cold around, snow, blizzards, and shadows rising as he manipulated one after another to no end, creating pawns and spawns around him, never caring about anyone other than his own benefit. His insatiable hunger never ending. But it was not a hunger and thirst for something to eat, but power. Power. I mean, for something unknown, craving eternally. As I saw this, I heard some words echoing in my head in a repeat. Shadows of a fjord, the dark from your past, in cold his last. The heartless lord is seeking warmth in a lake's hearth. Though I could guess some stuff, I don't believe that I would throw any light in the right direction. Perhaps I would throw you even more off. But this is all I can grant you through the tales of legends.
Letting us squinting a bit, hearing some equivalent of a poem. It's like that. Okay, that sounds pretty sinister, honestly. Just a little bit ominous. Uh, so, what I come from this dude, this heartless, insatiable, hungering legend of pest. It sounds. It's. I mean, honestly, it sounds a little cool. I'm glad it was this and not some horrible, like, I don't know, horrible revelation that I'm a secret child eater or something. It's good. You know, like mulls the words over in her head and finding that they don't ring any bells, or it's not something that she's like heard her mother sing at night or anything like that. She like sighs a breath of relief.
You could go for a history check.
Okay. Cheat sheet. Can I do that on my character sheet? Where is it? That's gone. Godwin is terrible at these. Sorry, he's great. Thank Godwin is great at these.
Oh, she's fabulous.
Wow,
Her-
that's a
her
good
use
roll,
is very
actually.
good.
Okay, so obviously from the world of cold and fjords, and your hometown, Grooven, is obviously the place of origin of this tale. Though you do not remember your mother ever speaking about this, you remember some old grannies close to your farms that did speak of that ominous presence at times. They did never say or mention his name. They always made sure to omit that. Though you're not certain if they did know it or they just tried to avoid speaking of it. But definitely, if something comes to mind, it's not your own farm, but a lake. A very big lake in the center of Grooven that comes by the name of Heart Lake. I'll put you on the map so that you see it a little bit.
There it is.
Up here.
Gold Lake. Okay, well, should I be reassured, guys, that apparently I'm the spawn of some dude that may or may not live in a lake, that ripped his own heart out and may or may not be a vampire? Should I be feeling reassured now that he might still be there, or should I be totally freaking out?
I'd be kind of excited. Like, it's kind of an answer, and we can go up there and find out, right?
I mean, I don't. Honestly, I think I'm okay not going up there.
Really?
I think so. I mean, I don't know why I was. I don't know why I was, put on the farm, but. I mean, he sounds a little bit like an asshole, right? He sounds a little bit.
Well, Shar kind of seemed like an asshole, but we got to know her, so and she seems kind of nice. So it's kind of there's a chance, there's a probability that it was just people think that, but they don't know for sure.
Do we know why he cut his heart out? I think I missed that part.
Oh, maybe it was like a tragic love story.
I mean, it might be, but it seems like a hell of a risk for somebody who, honestly, other than like hearing little tales and little poems, I've never heard of this dude before. And if he never wanted to see me, one of his own children, then I don't want to see him either. So, screw that guy.
Wait, really? But you don't know. Just like Locke doesn't know. The answers could be. There's so many different possibilities. It could have been like I don't know, like a tragic love story.
I want to know why he dumped me on the farm.
Well, the
That's
only
what
way
I
to
want
find
know.
out is to go, right?
Yeah, if anything, traveling with you all has taught me, it's that not every answer is so concrete. Some of it's abstract. You have to know why things happen.
Okay, it's annoying me because I said the same thing to Locke. I don't
Yeah.
know. Okay, it's annoyed me for a long time. Sure, like maybe my parents weren't my parents, and now I know they totally definitely aren't. But
That doesn't change anything, though. You know, they still loved you and everything, but at least you get to find out. You know.
well, for a while I've wondered if they did love me, or if it's because I was a Denpier. Maybe they knew that my dad was some weird, heartless monster that lives in a lake, and maybe I don't know. Maybe I was just a burden, but
No, you guys are so pessimistic.
I know, I
Maybe-
know, I know that's why it's annoying, Juniper, because I know exactly how I sound. I know
Aw.
how I sound, but I don't know. Maybe I want to talk to my brothers. Maybe left. I don't know. I don't know how you. What I go
You
up and
don't-
say, hey, do you remember me being born? No. Was I just dumped here one day? Maybe that's a better idea than I don't know, jumping into the middle of a lake and asking some
Aw.
weird vampire.
I mean, spawns and pawns. I don't fucking know what vampires do, but
They bite people.
that's the thing. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean you were a kid of it. But I mean, like you're saying, it's if your brothers are still around, that's a way to find out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great way to find out because you get to see them again, right? That's good.
It sounds great, but
But
it means
they-
I'd have to go back and
Don't overcomplicate it. You don't
I'm not-
have to feel or know anything. If we just do it, you can, take it baby steps and just walk through it when we get there. For you and Locke.
okay, I get it. I don't like answers, okay? I don't like answers that might be shit.
Yeah,
I don't
we
want to
can.
talk to, don't want to talk to my brothers. I don't want to go back to the farm just in case it's a barren wasteland and they're dead. So
I
I
know.
prefer thinking that they're nice and happy without me.
Yeah, we can also take some fucking time to process it before we start planning to go dig up old past shit. We getting some answers and working from there.
I agree. Exactly what Locke said. Just leave it for now. Totally at some point think about going.
I think that we should definitely go. I mean, after we resolve, Brennan and stuff.
Exactly, like later.
But not
It's-
that much later.
No,
Like
just
right
one-
after we should go do it.
No, like after we find this potion for Ogvar, because look, he's already so old and dying. We need to
Oh my
get that
God.
first. We need to make sure that he's immortal first.
I'll figure that out. Well, we've got that. But that doesn't mean we have to push you and Locke's stuff to the, so far back.
Oh sure, no, Locke definitely comes first. Speaking of
Oh!
which,
I'm sure wherever Brennan's things are, we can just, hop over to those spots on the way. I mean, Nina's obviously gonna be a little bit different, but hey, if we could get on a boat, maybe all things go well and we could just sail up to the top.
sure, let's hope for that. Sphinxy, Heliokisti, thank you for the poem. It was very nice. I have a question. I haven't asked anything yet, remember? No questions, except, living forever, stuff like that. Would it be okay if I asked you another?
You can ask as many questions as you want. That does not grant answers always.
Okay, well, so Locke asked a question about me. I want to ask a question about him. I want to know if you know why, well, who his mom was and why his mom left him to the heathens of the fire her orphanage that he was dumped in, the torturous hellhole that he had to live in as a child. I want to know if she had to leave him there. You know, if she loved him, if it was willing, if it was unwilling. I just want to know. I want him to know who his mom is and why she did what she did. I don't know if it's possible, but it might be asking too much. You know, you might not be smart enough to answer right as well, I guess.
Though the tales of your group might end up considered legendary. The tales of your parents are not always so. I'm afraid it is not to my knowledge something like a tragic backstory of your family. It is even considered lucky that your heritage, Nina Evella, has contained stuff of the legends that I could understand and unveil to you.
Okay, well. Sorry, just little bit of a headache. Okay. How? So you don't know anything about Locktown? I'm sorry, but it sounds like your mom was a normal person.
No, that's yeah, that's alright.
It doesn't mean we can't get answers, though. We still do
Yeah.
need to go to that orphanage down in Madran.
I could always try and talk to Ludwig and see if she knows. If at least she's alive, at least your mom.
And just like rubbing one side of her head, and she very briefly scoffs, and then she goes, "You know, actually, I suppose Ludwig was really helpful back in the Abyss. That poem, it ended up being kind of like, you know, after we thought about it for a little bit and saw the jelly people, it was kind of obvious what Ludwig was saying, right? She was being helpful. She told us that not all the things there were, you know, empty. And we put two and two together and figured out that they meant that not all of the things there were just heartless slime people. So, maybe.
Maybe. It's just an option.
It totally is. What do you think, Locke? I mean,
Oh, or we can scry.
Oh, that's the thing that those wizards did. That you, I mean, didn't you try that with your mom? And
Yeah.
But it's kind of a bit different because remind me, Locke, but you don't remember like anything about her.
No, I don't. And it's fine. It's wasn't fucking important for this. It's nothing to bother about. I got what I wanted.
well, I didn't get what I wanted, so we'll get those answers, Locke. We can ask Lutek. We can, you know, before we burn that orphanage to the ground, we can maybe go and look in their record section or something. We have options.
Why would you burn an orphanage to the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, we burn it to the ground after taking all the kids out. Should clarify. It's Teppy.
Is
So
the
it-
building evil or something?
Pretty much. Yep. Tainted by assholes.
Akbar, is there anything you wanted to ask?
Well, I was gonna ask you the same thing. Like, did you want to see if like the Sphinx knew anything about how to track this thing down?
I think you mean your stepmom.
Um, I I guess we could.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt to ask, right? Just a question.
Uh, Sphinx. Do you know anything about how? What am I asking? To talk to her? We already have where to find her.
Well,
know
we
she's-
know where she can go, but we don't know how to follow. We can't like reach her. Right?
Yeah. Sphinx, how could I communicate or find or follow or get a hold of my mother?
To communicate with one that is not close to you, one does require divine gifts and prophecies, divination magic, and other evocation magic that allows you to communicate at a distance. If that mother you speak of is alive, which I do believe that she is, judging by some nightmares that I came to understand that you had in the past.
Oh, she's very much alive.
However, seeing that portal right there, I'm not sure if you really want to communicate with her. I believe she is communicating with you from time to time.
Yeah, but I have no way of like being in the same place with her. She's just communicating with me through the dreams.
Why don't you try that as well? And the Hilocasti will give a small look to High Hall for looking back at you. As I said, I followed some of your deeds between your first visit here and your visit this time. There is a certain person in High Hall that is quite accustomed in a dream talk. That way, you could reach her wherever she might be.
I guess to High Hall we go. Brendan,
You, all of you, you look much connected, yet separated. All of you have problems from the past and issues that are coming in the future that could be detrimental or beneficial to both status and your living. Be careful if you do not put some priorities and continue seeking for answers to everything simultaneously. You might not live to tell the tale of each one. You saw an ominous future in that glimpse of a temple earlier on. This is not the only timeline, but that does not mean that it is one timeline that you can definitely avoid. Choices matter a lot. Not choosing is what the weak do. Having said that, I don't want to make you choose something that you wouldn't. So I shall not talk anymore. The
Oh.
vault is yours until you leave. If you want to take something, you know what toll you have to pay. You have already taken some stuff from the cauldrons, and the portals will remain till you leave it. Think
Uh,
before you do.
just real quick, and I know you probably won't have the answer, but is my mom in that place, that portal?
What lies in that portal is only for you to comprehend. But I suppose if this is something that you've been seeking for quite some time, this portal would not open here if it weren't for answers. And I believe her being there would be a solid answer. Just not the only one. I wish you the best of luck. All of you. You have my respect. Locke, Nina, Ogvar, Brennan, Juniper, and Tappy. You all have the favor of the Yellow God and the Sun. I'm just a divine servant, but I should relay that. Now.
So
Some
you
energy
can't
will
even-
start cackling as you understand that the Sphinx might be leaving in around 6 seconds. Perhaps you can get something last.
Oh, so
Wait,
so
wait,
you
wait,
can't even like
Sphinx.
answer like one question? There's one question.
I have riddles for you. I have riddles for you.
What? What's that? How do we get back to the peak? We left someone there.
When you decide that you want to leave this place, that place you will leave. It's magical to its essence. Anything quick last?
I have riddles for you, Sphinx. Wait, please don't go.
all my questions are
Please
quick.
don't go.
I guess we just watched the Heliocast deflate with all my questions.
If you forfeit the riddles that I have, then that means I'm better than you.
Give me a riddle, Nina, to mic drop without answering one.
Uh, uh, I, I have a bee in the palm of my hand. What's in my eye?
And at that point, Heliocasting will disappear.
Did she forfeit? Did she? She gave up, right? She totally just gave up. Oh, you guys, I was going to challenge her. I was going to give her some riddles and let her take one of my magic items if she got them all right.
No, that seems expensive.
Oh well, if she got them all, if she didn't get them all right, then we got one of hers. So it would have been great, but she's gone. It's fine though. It's fine. So I know that we said that we were going to pick up Key and go back to Ironhaven, but has anyone's mind changed?
I don't think so. I mean, we got like a tournament go to, right? I mean, just to finish that out, is Locke, do you remember if it's just one more, like, this is getting to be a hassle.
I think
What?
there's like two more tournament rounds. I think we're in the finals.
Well, wouldn't that be the semifinals if it's not the last one?
Then sure, semi-final. If that makes you feel better. There's definitely at least 2 more.
As I said, to clear that up, you're in the round of 16, which means there are 3 more after this. Supposing that you win,
3 more after this, or
yes, but
this is the
all...
3, the first of the 3.
No. You are going to get this match, and if you should win, in 1 week time, the final 4 is gonna happen all at once. 1 game per day, kind of. So supposedly, if you win that match, next week we are starting the final 4, even in real time. I mean,
So, I mean, we need to go back to Ironhead prepared. You know, we are going to High Hall. If we are going to to sail off to the island, we need to prepare for both. And well, we do need to look into Juniper's mom a little bit more. So, unless anybody wants to go through a portal right now, should we go?
Well, I mean, I think that no matter what we choose, we need to go through a portal.
Well, no, Sphinxy said we can just think and we'll leave, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to not go to any of these places. I kind of want to go grab our key.
Okay, so we just think really hard about not being on the mountain if everybody doesn't want to go through a portal. You know, if somebody wants to go, raise your hand.
Shoot.
Okay, great. Everybody think real hard about being back on the mountain.
Before we go, Toppy would like to leave a small token, for, of Titania, so that, like, if the Heliocast is interested, like, maybe they could get in contact.
that is entirely possible. You could get a small... from behind those cauldrons, you will see upon this small altar some very small statuettes that, even though they don't seem to have some very specific magic, they do carry a similar feeling to the Sphinx. You could understand that divine statues being, like the Queen of the Summer Court, could perhaps have use for something like this. But it would be mundane for the rest of you.
Okay, so, in that case, I will place my, before heading out, Toppy will place her, holy symbol upon, like, the little table here. And, yeah.
Just so you all know, the whatever seems to be the exit seems to be that way. It seems to now, instead of this purple energy, to now have the visage of the solar peak. That's where you were previously, before entering this.
It worked. Look, the purple things turned into the mountain. Let's go. Let's go and get Key. Let's go and get back to Ironhaven. And you know, we should really think about what this thing said about, you know, committing to something. We should, I mean, we keep pushing off. We keep pushing and pushing and pushing off, you know, finding out what's going on with Brandon's family, but I really think we should. I think we
Yeah.
should I think, you know, whatever potion that we get, whatever way we thing we figure out to make you live longer, Ogvar, I think that can wait a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Well, it's different when somebody other than you says it.
All
When you
right,
say
sweet.
it, we don't listen because it sounds like you're being modest.
If I may,
You may not.
I am I am technically 100 years old, and I can live for many more years. Waiting a little while to know my answer before getting a potion for Ogvar to help him live longer, not a problem to me.
Brandon, with all due respect, like, your issue pertains to other people in your life. My issue is just me.
Your issue
yours
is
is more
also
important.
Juniper.
Well, oh yes,
It's
of
also
course.
Juniper, of course.
I'm not. All right, whatever. All I'm saying is that you, if we don't know where these people are. I know where Juniper is. She's fine. I'm fine. We don't know where your people are, and if we don't know that, what I don't know how to word this.
Ogvar
Thank you.
thinks that your family is more important than him living a bit longer, which is selfless because Ogvar has such a big heart, and normally I'd call him stupid for it, but it's kind of true. You have everyone that you know disappeared, right? Any man that has antlers is on that island. Well, you might live 100 years, you might live 1,000, but that man might not. That man might disappear from that island.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
Don't worry about
Are all very kind. I cannot thank you enough for this.
You should be yelling at us for putting it off so long, Brandon.
I'm not that selfless. No, selfish. Sorry.
No, you're not. None of you are selfish, and it gets on my nerves. Care about yourselves. Let's go. Let's go. Let's leave. This place is
Got the
getting on my
tournament, don't we?
nerves. We have a key to collect.
Let's go.
And as you do enter that small portal, you will find yourselves falling, but falling like 5 feet or so, and not more than that, not taking any damage, just dropping a bit prone here at the edge of the place that you initially jumped off. Brennan, give me a survival check. Okay, I wouldn't grant you any information for that. So yeah, everything seems to be quite normal around. And you are pretty close to the peak, so I suppose you would be heading to get key, right? Mm-hmm. And as
Yep.
you are heading there, you will notice that there are some people that are moving towards that position. And entering the hot springs, you will notice that even though there are not a lot, there are some customers right now. Even one pretty rich one you can notice in the distance, some commoners, some wood elves. Several of them came, not many, but some of them did come.
Whoa. Oh, wait, how? What time is it, you guys? What's going on? Why are there people here? Were there people when we were there weren't people like behind us on the road, right? On the way.
Not very many, no, but there were people who are coming here who were killed by the snakes. So maybe they just, they're just people who were coming here. We did sleep for a while.
Oh, True, I just didn't think there'd be people here so quickly. I mean, it shows that we weren't lying, though people did want to come to the springs.
Juniper.
A lot came since you got rid
Oh my gosh.
of those. Hey, you can see 2 of them here, 3 there. Man, and this one, the guy there, you can see him. He's rich. He gave us 3 gold pieces.
Oh,
Wow.
3 gold? He is rich. Jeez,
Where's
look
Key?
Look at this guy. Oh, yeah, go ahead. go find your baby.
I need Key.
Well,
Gee,
let's go to the leader. Let's go ask
you
him.
mean that monstrosity?
What?
That's the one.
Yeah, it damaged one of us. It's
Oh.
just went in. I don't know. Have you checked it for rabies and stuff like that?
She doesn't have rabies.
She only hurts because she loves. Maybe one of you petted her too much.
And you will see this one coming closer to you and saying, "Thank God you came. This little one was a bit, let's say, volatile. What's the word? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It seems to be sleeping now.
A
And you
little
can see
shit.
that- you can see that Key is barely floating on this warm pool, asleep. It's kind of dangerous, if you would ask me.
Oh, Oliver, can you go get her?
Yeah, I can go get her. Don't worry.
Oh.
Excuse
Yeah.
me.
Get it, and don't get it that much close to other goblins. I am brave, but the rest are not so much, and it's been terrorizing them. See,
She
it's been
doesn't
terrorizing.
terrorize anyone. She cuddles and loves.
No, it does not.
So she's
She
sleeping.
does.
And-
Key's sleeping, is what you said.
Yep, it's sleeping, barely floating there, relaxing.
Alright. Ogvar is going to just use his telekinetic movement to lift Key up into his arms.
And he will come, but he's pretty big now. I mean, carrying him would impair your movement a little bit.
Yeah,
How
well, I'm
big?
Ogvar, so.
Hey, grow up, grow fast. It's bigger than a halfling, at the size that Sar was, I would say.
Easy. Easy.
He's 5'9". No, he's 4
It
foot.
is
9?
around 5 feet.
Woo! Wow.
Couple
Key,
inches
you grew!
shorter than Brandon. Great.
What were you
Look how
guys
big.
feeding her?
Goblins.
So, yeah. So you would open her eyes, would look at you, Ogvar, and well, at first it would flap its wings, kind of, like an Olber, but it doesn't fly, obviously. Then it would realize that it is just you, then it would continue sleeping and relaxing at your embrace. As the Goblin Box here will say that we did feed her earlier on, but actually we did feed her twice because it was the only way to get her to sleep. Yes, it should be fine.
That's how
She
we
better
usually do
be.
it, too.
I know where
think
you
that's
guys
correct,
are.
Ryan.
I'll be back.
Give me an intimidation, Juniper.
Oh god.
Mm.
Yeah, it's okay, no worries. I mean,
Oh, also, when we left earlier, you said you'd like, you know, we'd sponsor you in the tournament. Did you have like like something, like a signet or something we could wear to, like, you know, denote that we're supporting you?
unfortunately, we don't have one yet. We paid an artist to craft us something, but I believe they've fallen prey to, you know, the hacks earlier on.
Oh, well, you know, it also just could be like, you know, for commissions, it takes a while to, like, you know, come through.
Yeah.
And you gotta make sure you know you like what you get. So
But you know what? You're going to the capital, aren't you?
Yes, Ironhaven's the capital.
Perhaps you could take care of that commission for us, and we'll use it later on. We trust you. You're after all the investors here.
Absolutely.
And how much it would cost? Artist pay. Okay, okay. So, here, take this. And he will hand you 10 gold pieces. He will hand it to Juniper because he's closest. Say, this should be enough for an artist to do a majestic job for our logo.
Oh.
And yeah, you can
Alright.
spend the rest of it to get some waters for you while you are at the arena.
Are you guys gonna come and cheer?
I have actually sent a letter to some of my cousins in Iron Heaven, and they will come. However, I have a lot of work to do here, but they will be cheering for you.
Oh, good. Tell them to bet on us. I think, right? That's how it works. They bet on us.
They will, they will. I mean, they definitely will.
That's
Well, I
reassuring.
love this guy.
Where's my hat?
Oh yeah, does Key have her hat on? Yeah. We'll just say she does.
I mean, everything would be in the same way that you did leave it.
Hey, Key, Agra takes the hat off Key and puts it on Juniper's head. Alright, well, we're in daylight, so I'm gonna get down this mountain, right?
Yep, I guess so.
Juniper, Ogvar, ask them if they came up with a name for these springs yet.
Who?
Did they go with Death Sword Springs?
Yeah, I think that's what the sign says down at the.
Oh, did it? Oh, it did. You're totally right. Oh, it's great. Sorry, I
It's so
totally
cute.
forgot how good the name was. That's amazing. That's incredible.
And with that on, your journey to the hot springs will end once more, unless you want to sit here and relax. But I do know that you are kind of in a time pressure. Even though you will get slowly the benefits of some resting here and there, and you will get a long rest, that will be eventual because you do realize that if you're late enough, you might miss the match. Assuming that you want to take a long rest before it, of course. And you will, of course, start moving, but some of you are pretty much exhausted. Not only one or two of you, several of you are exhausted. Some of you even have their speed halved. And you're also carrying tea as well, moving along. The first couple of hours will be kind of tiresome, but moving closer to leaving this place, well, you're going to, after a few campfires that you will set to take some breaths, it's going to eventually all come together. And thankfully, judging by your speed and all stuff, you are going to be eligible to reach the Iron Heaven entrance right as it starts opening to dawn. You're going to push over the night to reach it, as you will want to sleep, as I said, for an 8 hours or so before the afternoon towards evening of this day that the arenas are gonna happen. As you are once more back to Iron Heaven as the sun is shining up high. Once more, the usual faces, this flying winged lion that always roams the city from up ahead, and several other stuff. And Brennan, to answer your question, Lupa, obviously you can go for a medicine check first, so that I could answer you properly. Okay, you understand?
Today's gonna be a great day for the arena.
I've had a long rest? Question mark.
You are going to have it now. You're going to start having it.
Never mind.
Is it? Oh, out of character question, some of us are more than one exhausted, aren't we?
Locke is, I'm certain, has one. Two. Sorry, Juniper, I believe, also has two, but I'm not certain.
think only Greater Restoration will get them in arena, in tournament, thingy
As long
time,
as-
right?
As long as they just have one, it's just ability checks.
Oh, that's fine.
That's true. Nonetheless, as you do go back, Brian, you understand that Loba is just not in a condition to fight very soon, though you cannot understand the medical reasons behind it, if she needs resting, if that will cure itself. Perhaps you might want to take it to a specialist or so.
Fully.
But nonetheless, you are back in town, and as I said, most of you are going to want to sleep. But is there anything that you would like to be doing before the arena other than sleeping?
Question.
Mhm.
Doesn't it take several days to get back to Ironhaven?
Actually, because of checking the map to answer you exactly the amount of miles. It's less than 40 miles. I remember that.
So
Say the
But you
tournament
just
is
had the
40.
encounters. Yeah, it's 22 miles.
Because we got there in like a day and a half. We had like a
You
day to
start-
get there, a day to get back, and a day in between or something. We had just enough time to get back, I think.
That's why my math was going wrong. Yep, actually. So yes, you are actually right. Just saw my notes because I was counting. I was like, this should be pressed by time, but I have one more day in the math here. But yeah, that's the extra day that you said that requires for you to get back. So you would have the long rest by the way you are back, because
There is-
obviously you wouldn't go not sleeping for more than 30 hours or so while traveling. So feel free to have one long rest before that.
Then can
would-
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say before the tourney, there is one thing that Locke and Nina wanted to do, but I'll send that to you real quick just for background.
Of course, tell them.
you gonna rob the candy store again?
Kind of planets around.
But if I had a long rest, can I make Brandon re-roll that medicine check
Sure.
with a wizard die?
Brennan, give me one more medicine check.
Brandon, you feel a boost of serotonin. I think that's the chemical.
That's a good one. Okay, Brennan, you do understand that thankfully, Luca did not suffer any injury that will follow her for a lifetime, something lingering. However, she would need around 2 weeks definitely off in order for that injury to recover on itself. After a couple of days, she would be in a decent shape to fight, but it would be very risky for her if she did. So, you would want to be a bit cautious, perhaps. But that's up to you, if you would want to use her in the arena or not.
Thanks, Akbar, for the reroll. And no, Brandon's gonna keep Lupa out of the arena for this one.
Brennan, do you want to sit out with her so she doesn't feel bad? I can fill in for you.
So it's alright, Juno. I'll still take part in the arena this time. She, as long as she's resting, I know that she's safe. I'll be okay.
Alright.
Is
I mean,
anybody?
that still leaves us one down, right?
I
Without
can think Luke
Luca.
is fine.
I believe so. If that's alright. I mean, she's clearly injured. She's out for the fight. It's not like you can't replace her, right?
Well,
Unless
you could
there's
never
someone
replace
else.
your dog.
That's for sure.
Yes, you could.
Not now, Nina.
Okay, not now. But you could. It would suck, but you could. We'll talk about it later, Brayden.
Mm-hmm. I guess the morning of the tournament, Agvar would wake up early, and I don't know how much you would ask me to pay for this BG, but Agvar would like to go out before everyone in the house has woken up and just grab some pastries from a nearby pastry, and come home, bring some blueberries, make some blueberry pancakes, and bring Juniper some breakfast in bed.
Aww.
Just subtract a couple of silver. It wouldn't be more than that.
Alright.
Nina has something she want to do as well along the same lines.
Yeah,
Copycat.
whatever.
She'd go out the evening before we have our rest. She'd go to the market and she'd buy like a long reel of like paper, canvas or paper, and some paints. And she'd bring it back and try and make an improvised Death's Ward Springs banner for them to carry into the arena to wave around for the, because we promised the goblins we were going to advertise for them, and Nina's not very artistic, but she'd try. She'd bring it up to everyone. If anyone wants to help partake or you know.
Oh yeah,
anyone
Juniper
has
would
any
have given you the
artistic
gold that they
skills.
gave. Get some supplies. Help you.
I sure, yeah, she would have taken the gold, but bought the supplies, bought the paints if at all possible, and it really would just be like a piece of shit, like piece of canvas and nailed to some 2x4s for them to carry. That just said, "That's what's Hot Springs, Solar Peak Mountains."
When all of this is going on, when Agvar brings in breakfast, Juniper is super surprised and excited. Agvar, do you wanna pray before we eat?
Sure. Yeah. We can do that.
Why don't you get out the incense and stuff? Do we still have that head?
Yeah, I believe you've been keeping it nice and
Juicy.
Right. yeah.
Do you want to borrow another ear from it?
Oh yeah, we do have one more. Yeah, he'll take out like a knife, his knife from his boot, and saw off another ear. I hand it to her.
She'll sort of like get on the floor and draw out one of her little ritual circles that I taught her and light the incense and reach out for his hand. I'm gonna pray to Luthic real hard. And she's gonna cast divination. And she's gonna ask Luthic, Cave Mother, if you hear me, can you tell me if Fox's mother is alive?
And the cave mother, or a divine prox of her more like, you would hear a female voice in your head saying that even though you did hear that your tale was not of legends, it is to my knowledge that every mother's tale is legendary at your son's side. Any legendary tale does live forever, as she lives to this day.
Oh, Akvar,
Yeah. Did you hear some?
she was the perfect person to choose. I forgot. I didn't even think about that. Because she's a mother too. She says she's alive.
Oh, that's great.
That's perfect. I feel like I should have asked more questions than that. But shoot. At least we know she's alive. We can tell him that she's alive. You think he'll want to know?
I mean, I think he, I think he should know. Again, I'm worried about how he'll react to it being where it came from.
No, that's true.
But I do think we should tell him.
We should. It's a good enough reason. I mean, she can't be far. I mean, at least if we go to, Midrun, then we can probably find answers. At least, I don't know. Maybe I'll try again later. On a full stomach.
Well, get back in bed. It was supposed to be breakfast in bed. That's what the lady said anyway.
We can still do that. Oh, and the head. Should we go to, should we take that to the society? Is that what we wanted to do originally? What were we gonna do with that?
We were gonna take it to the wizards and see if they, well, this was, okay, so, it was like, talking about after, like, it said that, like, you know, all the ogres were gone, it was talking about how it was, like, immortal or something, so I just thought if, you know, if we chopped its head off or something, I mean, it's not alive again yet, it looks pretty dead, but maybe the
Yeah.
wizards would know how to make other things immortal, I don't know. But
Oh,
it looks
no,
like we
yeah.
have that potion, right? So,
Well, we have the potion, and we can still find out. Yeah, that's perfect. And then she'll just like race onto bed and just start stuffing her face to hurry up and eat, so they can get going and talk to Lacanina.
Which, speaking of, for the morning, as that's all going on, Lacanina left after the previous night painting up a beautiful, beautiful banner.
Beautiful.
To go to a local individual in town to pick up a package from them and bring it on home.
Shall I?
Hey, you twos, you still here, right?
yeah. Nogvar, rather.
Oh, Lord, God knows what's okay. No, come out here. Come out near the room. Got something.
Dressed, preferably.
Nogvar
Juniper just comes out
fully
the
dressed.
Yeah.
And then you come around to the main sitting area of your little bungalow house, and Locke and Nina are kind of both holding this very, very long and tall package. Very, very thin. Hey, so listen. We said we got one more wedding gift for you guys, right?
Just one.
This one's the best one, though. I mean, you know, tubs and chairs and bookcases and, you know, everything fucking else we did for you. But this, not only is this the most best looking one, but this actually kind of memorializes the first gift that Nia and I gave you. Do you remember what that was?
The
Sure.
the slot?
Nope. You should
No, before
really,
that.
Should really remember.
What is it? What is it? You're the one with all the memory and the smart brains and stuff.
It would be really telling if you guys couldn't remember what the first gift that we gave you was.
I don't. Well, of course we know, right?
It was the hammer, right?
No, we should
I-
show them. Let's let
Yeah.
Or the book.
All right. Yeah. Well,
That
okay,
was
you
the
two,
book.
come over here and take the wrapping off this.
Jennifer will come over and just start ripping into it.
gently, slowly.
What is it?
And as you do this, as you start reading it, you are gonna see some very vivid colors of a very big illustration that is
Oh my god.
Oh wow! You
This
guys.
is-
Wow.
This is our gift. It's a painting to go above your headboard in your bedroom. We
Dude.
measured it. We made sure it'll fit. We got a nice frame for it.
That makes a bit more sense.
Oh
Right.
gosh.
Well, we
First
just
gift
don't
we ever
see you as
gave you was a kill.
possessions. Oh.
Yeah, you know,
Whoa.
Oh, we still have that skull. We haven't actually, like, done anything with it. But thank you.
It's beautiful. You guys look great.
we do, don't we? That's us, killing the dragon so that you guys could get married first. Your first marriage.
Aw.
It was our first real gift for you.
All because of us, we wanted to memorialize it for you twos.
And like we said, we measured it. It won't fit on any wall without looking bad, other than the one right above your bed.
It's very true.
Should probably start locking our door, I guess.
So,
Just measuring our
Yeah.
bedroom.
and our second gift. I know we said there's only one, but we're going to go and hang it up for you now.
Oh?
We're going to, so you don't have to lift a finger.
So you guys can see us sleeping all the time, every
Really?
day.
We'll be looking over you even when you're asleep.
Hmm.
Mostly you, Juniper, until the whole mom thing's sorted out, but both of you, like in heart. We'll always be there for you.
Aww. We'll have to do the same thing for you guys.
Sure, but I mean, we're going to have a copy of this made for our bedroom as well. But sure, if you could get a smaller one done that we could put I don't know, on the
Well,
back
it's gonna
of
have
the
to be-
door.
It's gonna have to be bigger to fit me in it,
Yeah.
but maybe on the opposite wall.
And
Oh, opposite wall's full of mirrors.
Hmm.
floor
Oh
to
my
ceiling.
God.
The artist, so cool. She was amazing. You guys should totally visit her.
Oh, for sure.
Oh.
She's this really down to earth, like high elf, I think it was, but just fucking beautiful work. She had it all put up over her walls, and like, yeah, this is the fucking person we go to.
Oh, what was her name?
I think it's written. I think she put her thing on the painting.
Oh, there's a little
Oh.
signature right there. Wow.
Uh-huh.
We should go use her for the spa thing,
Oh, well, I mean, I think we already have the spa banner on the wraps. It looks kind of amazing, but if you want to get something else for the spa, sure. She has a pretty long waiting list, though.
Oh, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
Probably will never get in. Well,
There
thank
go.
you.
There's your gift.
We'll go hang
Oh,
this
we
up
have a
right
surprise
away.
for you too, actually, look. I just, I don't know how you're gonna take this, but, it probably wasn't the right question, but it was a question, and I'm just glad that she answered it. But I asked Luthik this morning, I asked her if your mom was still alive, and she is.
Well, really?
Yeah.
Locke's face just drops.
Oh. But I mean, we could go talk to her for sure, and then it won't lead any to we won't, get Locke.
Mm-hmm.
Are you mad?
I think that's confliction that you're seeing, Juniper.
You didn't have to do that.
I did. We do. We should seek out the answers for both of you. It's important.
it means that what we're doing means that
It'll be
what
worth
we're
it.
what we're looking into won't be for nothing. Locke. Means that
Exactly.
whatever answers that we find, you'll be able to ask her. Be able to clarify. You'll be able to yell at her if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Means that even if we don't find anything in any orphanage or we don't find answers anywhere else, there's a person somewhere.
She can answer all your questions. There won't be any muddled answers.
So what? Now I just go on some hunt for some lady. Bring all this shit back up for her.
Why not? That's what we've been doing, isn't it? You guys went on a hunt for my folk and resolved that issue. We're hunting for Juniper's mom, and now we're planning on for Brandon and Nina. It's I don't see how it's really that different.
It's... Are you concerned, Locke, that it would hurt her? Is that what this is? Because I think I can see it.
It's a couple couple things. That knowing for certain, you know, if it's all the bad I thought actually turns out to be it, you know. You know, sometimes it was just easier thinking that, you know, she was dead and that's that. Wouldn't have to, all the questions wouldn't continue making more questions when they're answered. No, thank you, I guess, Juniper, for caring to ask about that for me.
You don't have to have all of the questions, and you don't have to have all the answers in your head right now. You have time to mull it over. But I've said this before. You're still their son. I mean, I don't think you're gonna. I don't think you have to be so worried.
Yeah. No, I know this is all shit that's been said before. I get that. Yeah, maybe. I don't fucking know. Yeah. I just gotta think about it.
Yeah.
It's actually knowing, and fuck, I force this on you, Nina. So fuck am I talking about? But yeah.
It sucks, right? It sucks to put it into words. Like, it doesn't make it so fucking hard. So hard.
We have time to think about it, right? You know, you get to punch people later. That's your thing. So you got time to think.
Whether she's dead or alive, she's alive now that we know. But no matter what, Locke, no matter if she's living happily without you or living a life of ruin and sadness and gloom, that was her choice. It wasn't yours. And you are still you, no matter what. You get to choose, now that we know she's alive, how you handle it. You get the choice. You get to make the same choice that she did, whether you want to be involved at all or not. And It might suck forever, but at least we know. Like I said before, if it's shitty and you don't want anything to do with it, at least now you can forget.
You
But I
know,
don't think you'll want to until you see her. Or see more.
you know, it was easy enough just wanting to do this for you, so you had that choice and could decide. But just having that finality is it's kind of weird. But I don't know. Shit that's happened isn't gonna change, but shit's not going to change if it just stays like this, I guess.
Yeah, no guessing about it. It's just the case.
I think whatever answers you guys get from these things, you'll at least be able to move on from the past and work toward the future together. And no more what ifs are gonna sit in the back of your head.
I guess we can. If all else fails, Locke, me and you have each other, and we can both kind of bask in this like long list of weird similarities that we have.
Well, yeah, I guess for fucking now, after this tournament, I'm taking you out and we're getting fucking blitzed.
Aw.
Sounds so romantic.
Yeah, I'm that kind of guy. But no, thank you, Juniper, for caring, and Nina, I'm sorry for the, just how hypocritical and selfish I am with all this. I wanted to do this for you, and it being done for me, just, it should be the same, but I don't know, it's just,
You guys are both hypocrites. It's okay.
It's what it's Juniper's totally right. I bugged you about your parents, you bugged the Sphinx about mine, I bugged the Sphinx about yours, we go back and forth, but
Both unresolved. Both have potential of negative answers. But at the end of the day, you guys still have us and each other.
we now have the choice to get those answers, and that's what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've made our choice, that's it.
that's true, yes, sorry, no, thank you, Juniper, and yeah, we'll, obviously we'll talk later, after everything today. Yeah.
Emotions are complicated.
It's hard having different ones when you're used to just one for a while.
I get you. Okay. Let's hang this painting. Come on,
Do you
Locke
guys
and
want
Juniper, you
any-
can-
Oh, we
okay.
got like some breakfast items in there, and Akbar made some wonderful blueberry pancakes if you want some.
Great. We'll need your hammer. Ogvar, come and help us hang this painting.
Well, all my
right
small
now,
hammers
right here,
are.
right now, before we have a busy day ahead of us. Let's get it out of the way.
And yeah. Remember that old tradition: if you move a painting that someone hangs for you, it's very disrespectful.
And your house will burn down.
Oh, you know how much I love traditions, so.
So after this, do we get to talk to Debris, or are we just going straight to the arena?
It depends. We'll see how late it is once we hammer these nails in.
Oh God. Be careful that the walls aren't too thin, and it'll fall on
Oh,
top
we-
of us.
Like I said, we already measured. We made sure there was like a joint or whatever they're called. It'll all
Stud.
work out.
A stud. There's a stud in the wall.
What?
No,
No,
I'm-
Locke's
I'm o-
right here.
Yeah, I'm over here, big guy.
Ugh.
start rolling up the painting again and help Locke take it into Juniper Alpha's bedroom.
It's a mess.
Well, at least you're not using the bathtub for your cooking anymore. So, all right, let's get this hung.
All right.
And
Ogvar puts a piton into the wall, one of his last pitons.
Ooh.
Okay. I love that. I love that we've managed to get a painting of our characters in your character's room.
Love it. It's canon.
Akbar, do you want to just like grab the head and we can go drop it off at the mages and then meet up at the arena?
Sure. And while we're at it, we'll just like leave a note at Debris' office and just let him know we'll stop by later.
Oh, yeah. That sounds good.
Great.
She just starts shoving the head back into the bag.
So yeah, just to take up more time, Ogvar and Juniper are gonna go to the mages and show them the freaking Naga head. Didn't have that prepared, did ya, BG?
Fair enough.
Checkmate.
You didn't put it on the list, did you, Jeremy?
Oh well, I put it on my list,
Which you didn't
but I
put in the
didn't
chat.
send it because I'm a bad person.
I totally
Like
forgot about
60
that head.
times.
It's okay, no worries. So at this point, since we are in a kind of a relaxing and chilling atmosphere at the house, I suppose some chit-chat would also happen. Let's take this as an opportunity for our mid-session break. We're going to other jobs in Iron Haven, right?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
Take a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
BRB.
Gotta take this head, man.
Shabadi gets so much work from us.
Think there's like a bounty on this thing?
On the head. Take it to
Yeah,
the Adventures
probably.
Inn. You know the Monster Hunter place? They'll probably.
There's no adventures in.
There's no adventures in. It's the bartender that asked us if we want to do some monster slaying over here. I still can't believe we didn't swear about the hag. So stupid of us. Do you think I've got time to make a hot chocolate, Jeremy?
If you go now and stop talking about hot chocolate, yeah. You silly goose.
Okay. Bear without me for a brief few minutes.
You dang silly goose.
Bear with me. I'll be gone for like 3 minutes. If you can
Sigh.
bear it.
I just looked into the Discord. This is the art you guys are using. Oh my god. I love that. Oh, is that the hallway? Is that supposed to be the hallway? I like that. Let's see. Hmm. I just realized I've been muted for a while on Discord. And unmute. Let's see. Alrighty then. I have the bard muted. I keep forgetting about that.
back. Sorry for leaving you so long, Jeremy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Not to worry. I had someone with me.
Some hot chocolate to do as well.
So did you guys get that art to plan to put it in the bedroom, in their bedroom,
Yes.
or
Yeah, like, well, no. I don't think it. Wait, let me actually go back. It might have been, it might have been planned for that. God, when did we stop talking about it?
and
We've
is
had
that?
it for weeks. We've had it for weeks.
Oh my god. Is that red box supposed to be like the little hallway you keep talking about?
It is, yeah. The
Nice.
Dimension door. God, where is it? What was it? Dragon Slayers. There it is. Oh, beginning of April. Beginning of April. So let's go all the way back. Hmm. Okay, no. It was we got the commission, but while it was in progress, before we'd even got like the sketch, we mentioned in RP how we had another gift for those two, and from that it spiraled off into, oh yeah, the gift could be the painting. Yeah. No. It's just, I figure you got, they're vain, right? They're vain and self-obsessed, or at least one of them is very self-obsessed. So it just made sense.
Not
Made
sure
sense.
if you could
It-
hear the panic, the sheer panic in my voice when you ask what the first gift was.
Oh yeah, I heard it in both your voices.
Because we were thinking like the gifts.
The gifts, yeah, like from the wedding, those, yeah. No, but the first of them was the ability to have a wedding in the first place.
Guess.
Even though that's such a narcissistic way to look at it, like they were the reason that you lived. It's like it's perfect. It's honestly perfect. It's so like it's beyond tooting their own horns. It's so vain. It's amazing.
I mean, Ogvar took the dragon down in like 2 hits. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
In one, right? Just flew up and bam, one hit the thing.
No, I bonked it, and then Viju was like, "It's got 1 hit point." And I'm like, "Oh well, shit." So I made it fall prone and die.
Yeah, no, that's something.
That's pretty-
That's the best part. That can be never taken away. That's something that happened in character that like Ogvar could just reply with like, well, you guys were hitting it so long, but then I just hit it. I just killed it
I
myself.
think Ogvar is too intelligent to not know that everyone wore it down for him.
Yeah, well.
Ogvar
it's
knows
just-
that.
he's too kind. He's too nice, isn't he?
I gotta go get a drink.
I don't think Shar ever once actually hit it or got hit by the dragon. She was
wanna
dealing
say-
with the mobs.
No, I want to say that she did. I want to say.
She tried to,
wanna
but
say she
she missed miserably. I think I got like a 2 and I rolled like a 2 and a 4.
Did she not hit it with a lightning bolt?
No,
Clip it?
no.
Mm. Well, you did everything. Like there was a bunch of little guys, right?
Yeah,
The
she
trees
did.
and stuff.
She
I
did.
say
She did
yeah,
haste Ogvar though. So
Yeah. So I mean, it matters. Like even if you don't hit, even if you don't do damage, presence still matters because it draws
Crap, man.
attention. It draws everything. It's still important. It's still good. Yeah, it's not about doing the damage, is it? It's about, well, no, it is, but it's not the only thing we can do. Well, I say it is because the other thing has to die. But just because you're not doing damage doesn't mean that you're not helping.
Huh?
I was talking to Will.
Yeah.
Will said that he didn't hit the dragon fight, but he had a bunch of dudes around him that weren't attacking everyone else. So that's what I mean. It all matters. Presence is still incredibly important.
Let's see.
God, he's the that's the trick as well. If you want inspiration, don't do a recap. Get art missions.
Yeah, pay like pay $80.
Yeah, it's pay to win is what it is.
Yeah,
It's
I
pay to
didn't get inspiration for getting breakfast in bed for my freaking wife, but hey,
Well, no, because that's lame.
true.
Lame
True.
is what that is. But yeah.
I didn't need it. I'm gonna roll well anyways.
You just get breakfast for himself.
Who's
That's
the one
so
who
on
always
brand.
gets natural
That's
20s here?
so-
I think I
that's
remember
so
who
on
that is.
brand. It's so on brand. Ogwag gets up early, doesn't get breakfast, gets Juniper breakfast, and watches her eat it as he slowly, as he slowly gets hunger pains. Like, oh, those blueberries look delicious, Juniper. He's like. It's perfect.
Like a muffin.
Honestly, couldn't
You had a
have done
muffin.
it better myself. You had a muffin, did you say?
Yeah, sure. Let's say that.
You didn't say that though. That's the problem. Canonically, Ogvar is starving. Canonically, when was the last time you said Ogvar hasn't eaten since the soup? His
That's
amazing
so
soup.
true. I have to say it.
You have to say it
specifically.
yeah, you have to say it. Yeah. You didn't say that you were wielding your.
I love how
your
I love how the
hammer.
dragon. I love how the painting's called a poster. That's so great.
The poster. Yeah.
It's literally just. It's like we have like an airhead on our wall, or a fat head. That's what they're called.
A fat head? What?
You don't remember fat heads?
No. What?
I have no idea what he's talking about either.
They're like
Uh,
stickers that go on your wall, and they like are big, and that's about it.
What?
Yeah, it's a
Good description.
it's a
Where's it?
basically a sticker you put on your wall. Fatheads,
Oh,
yeah,
I-
they're like fan
Yeah,
things.
it's like life-size things of
Like
like
3D.
Darth Vader or something, or Spider-Man.
I mean, we just
It's basically the same. You know, like those cutouts you see at like stores and shit. Like,
Large
like-
vinyl stickers. That's
Yeah.
actually what they are, right?
Yes.
we just call them wall decals. Yeah.
Yeah, vinyl wall decals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about a specific
You were
brand.
doing your own voice then, Jeremy. You-
I was talking about a
Nerd.
specific brand, so
large wall decals.
I didn't say that.
Wait, no,
Wow.
you didn't. You didn't. That was Juniper. Shit. That's good. Damn, I played myself. God. Yeah, I would have just. If you said life-size vinyl sticker, I would have got you, man.
I like
back.
I like the
Wait.
design of the dimension door. I love it.
I do too. Kai is like an artiste.
Yeah, she's okay, I guess.
We were saying, BG, if art gets us inspiration, you're gonna see a lot more art.
I mean,
I'll start
that's a
learning
pretty
to draw.
expensive inspiration. To
It's
be
a
fair.
I'll start drawing myself.
Worth it.
I'll plagiarize.
I just imagine being in the thick of combat in a very hard moment and just commissioning artwork.
Yeah, quickly, I'll pay you anything I need it in the next one combat turn. I'm like, how long's a combat turn?
Give us a doodle fast.
Kai, I
Give
need
me
a sketch
sketch.
in 10 minutes or I'm dead.
I mean, to be fair, Kai has done that shit before, like with the drinking game.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
she's been quick before. Yeah.
Yeah, this Kai person. Whew. It would suck if she'd be watching the stream right now and listening to all this.
And then realizes
What a
she now
weirdo.
She now exists. Her soul is now trapped in BG's game.
And I mean, to be
In
fair,
Ironhaven.
to be fair, when Locke and Nina went to Kai's shop, Shabati's shop in Ironhaven, half of all the art was of this figure called the Riddler. So we don't know what that was about.
I love
And
that.
you
Oh
know,
my
the
God.
Riddler with the riddles, I suppose.
And I beat the Sphinx. I would like everyone's put beat via forfeit.
It's a good dancer, of course.
One via forfeit.
Nonetheless, let's continue our journey in Ironhaven. The tournament that is coming very soon. As you are in the house that Kaena granted to Ogre and Juniper, you have hanged the painting on the wall successfully, on the wall, of course, behind their bed because it does not fit anywhere else, and etc. as we are waiting. Of course, there will be some chit chat. All of you are good buddies, and what else? Anyone else of you wants to do anything before heading towards the tournament place?
We bring the head to the mages and tell Debris we'll talk to him later. And we
Mhm.
can just get that out of the way. Yeah. So you guys don't have to wait.
How much would it cost for Toppy to like commission another oversized longbow?
I suppose it would take around 5 working days to be prepared,
Ah,
which means you would have it at the next stage of the tournament, but not on this one.
yeah, sure. I guess Toppy will order one. How much would that be?
Let me do some check. Would you haggle around the price, or would you just go straight up for what it is meant?
I'd probably try to haggle.
Okay, then give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. There it is.
All right, and your nice attitude and the way
Ah.
of you spinning some words around. 2 rolls, both equal, 16, will allow you to get a strange item that is commissioned. And normally, a longbow would have costed 50 gold pieces, so the oversized will be only doubled in price instead of more than that. So it will be 100 gold pieces, which is quite much, but it is very strange thing to buy, and of course longbows cost as well.
Yes. Do I haggle it down at all, or?
100 exactly.
Ah, okay. All right. Do I have 100?
Someone in the group does, at the very least.
I do not have 100. All right.
Suppose you'll have to wait a little bit.
They half now, half late, huh?
BG,
Or
Mhm.
ask anyway.
Brandon, of
Brandon does still have his longbow, his old longbow in his quiver, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Double checking.
No worries. Having said that, I don't believe. Does anyone else want to do something else, or you're fine with proceeding?
Good. We're ready.
All right, that seems to be indeed the case. Well, I did hear that you wanted to ask some mages some questions. Do you want to do that now?
Oh,
Sorry, I just forgot one thing.
Mhm.
Brandon just wanted to send a letter out to if he can try to find his old ship, see if he knows their location.
I suppose you would send a letter to one of the ports of the north, since you know that they did head north. So feel free to prepare that letter because you won't get an answer that much fast, and send it to me on Discord. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to do it now. Obviously, you can do it after the session or even tomorrow. But yeah,
Okay.
prepare that kind of letter, and I will make sure to answer you sooner
Alright.
or later.
Sounds good.
And-
Thank you.
Sorry,
But,
Alvar, in regards to the mages?
Yeah, we wanted to do that before the tournament, but like I also don't want to like keep putting everyone else's combat off until later.
It's
Well,
okay.
you
are-
It won't take months, I suppose.
Yeah, just do it, man. It's all good.
I mean, that information is for everyone, so why not?
Yeah.
So once more, Zriborgs, the goblin, will open the door of Marlo's study room for you, being kind of in the same state that it always is. Zara and Vidar are still there, assisting and researching. And we'll say, oh, some pretty familiar faces there. Welcome, welcome. You are back from Solar Peak, I assume?
Oh yeah.
How
yeah.
did that go?
It went pretty well. We got some answers we needed. We also last time we went up there was like a weird hag, and now there was a weird snake hag, and it was like talking about being immortal and stuff. So we chopped its head off, and Agua untie the head from his belt that is missing 2 ears and is covered in moss. So yeah, we were wondering if like you could like look into it. I mean, it's Juniper preserved it like really well, and like just to make sure that it was not rotten or anything. Just to look at like the whole immortality thing, I don't know, it's my thing.
Right. That is quite the specimen. That's how? Why there? I mean, all right. Several questions arise, but thanks for trusting us on this. I mean, I'm really interested in some research of some exotic creature like this. A naga. Interesting. And it was on the mountain?
Yeah, it was like it looked like it had like communed with Juniper. It was like the other like 2 more of those big things. It like made a trio of sorts.
It was like with the part of with the coven of the hags. There's other hags and like snakes.
Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Makes sense, I suppose. But I might have good news and bad news. With what do you want to start?
Bad news first.
Sounds good.
So, this creature is not exactly dead.
Oh,
But
that's oof. I guess we
Like-
kind of knew that, right?
I mean, no. I mean,
Well,
at least it can't
immortal.
hear us, I guess, right? I mean, its ears are gone.
That's true. We probably should have taken the tongue instead.
Hmm. But yeah, it's okay. So it's. I guess I'm sort of confused. Its head is off, but it's alive.
Well, moving on to the good news is that I've heard a lot of tales and have talked with Shamarkanists in the past. One, especially, has traveled from Rostra to here, and in Rostra, it said that there are a lot of Wanti and Naga up till this very much day. And we conversed a lot about my theories, and he actually assured me that my findings are correct. And these creatures, even if they die, they revive themselves. They are able to rejuvenate out of nowhere. I don't know exactly where it will. Perhaps on the solar peak. Sorry.
Bless you.
Perhaps on its place of birth? Perhaps out of this very body? I genuinely have no idea, but there are almost no records of a Naga dying and not returning to life. Except, no. And he looks at Juniper. Juniper,
Yeah?
I remember that from scrying in the past on the group of you to make sure that you are fine during combats. There have been some times that you did raise the dead, didn't you?
Yes?
Well, it is said that even though the soul, the Naga, is immortal and always lasts, turning it undead in some way kind of disallow it. It traps its soul, not allowing it to return back. Though it's
Oh.
too late for that, I mean. But I wonder if that would work indeed.
Are you sure? I could probably try it on the head and see.
I mean, she's already put so much moss on it. Like you'd think it would have done it.
I don't know, but sure you could try, but
Well, maybe you should keep it just to research that thing. The whole.
We're looking to steal its immortality.
you said immortality.
Yeah, I mean, it said it had it, so like, why can't
Or-
we?
Or like
And-
create longevity of some sort.
And Marlos will look down in Vidara and laugh a little bit. Well, you sure are not the first one to look for that. Well, the second term that you used, longevity, is much more plausible perhaps, but immortality, that's too much to ask for. But I have indeed heard rumors of a certain potion. A potion of longevity. Rumors speak of it. It is said that I remember a tale of some gnomes and ancient Dwarven lords that one Dwarven king was overcome by greed and always wanted to live more and more, even though a Dwarvish lifetime is already pretty expanded. But at the end, the greed came back at him, as potion after potion, though they granted him extra years. It was said that the last he drank not only did not expand his lifetime, but killed him on the spot. So I'm certain that if there is such stuff, which frankly we live in a world where legends most of the time stand true. There are probably drawbacks to it that you should take care of. But anyway, is it really crucial for you? Is it time pressuring? Should I look up for something like that soon enough? Do you have an aging parent?
I-
Well,
I've got like a 15, 20 years, so we should be good. We'll find something.
it's not entirely pressing, but it's like, I'm not don't want it to take like 15 years. Then what were the setbacks? What were the things, the kinks
Said
that
he
we had to?
could- He said it could kill me on the spot.
Ugh. Wait, this is about that potion, right?
No. If we
Oh, if we
always-
use
there
the-
are drawbacks, but if you tread carefully into the information, I suppose we could handle it. As you said, this is not as time pressing, and Ogvar Relax, you have a lot of years. If you are too focused on the future, you won't leave the present.
Well,
Leave
no,
today
I
for now,
know.
and I promise, I'll do my share of research.
I know. I'm just. It's not for me. All right. Well, we got it. We gotta go. So, yeah, here you go, and Akbar will put the sopping head, mossy head, into Marlos's hands.
Whatever
Um,
answers you get, we definitely want to hear about all of them, all the updates.
Mm-hmm. We'll make sure to do so. No worries.
See you later. Oh, tell Emberhelm I said hi. I'll probably come to talk to him later this week.
Oh, he will join me in 2 days for dinner. Perhaps you would want to come as well.
Oh,
We had
Ooh.
a pretty long time since we last talked, so it might be a good idea.
That'd be a great idea. Akbar could cook something and bring something.
I assume yes. You know what? And Marlos will turn to Zaren Vidara. You shall come along as well. Let's make it a big table. It's always boring to stay just awkward with just him and myself and a couple more. Let's make it a big one. Tell your friends as well, Akvar, Juniper. No shame in that. Let's make it a nice fiesta.
Oh, that sounds lovely. We'll be there.
All right, it
Um.
is, and he looks at the calendar. 3 days from now. All right, evening. And my address is this, and he will take a small note and give that note to you.
Oh, thanks. And Akbar will tuck the note away in his notebook to be lost.
We got it. We'll be back in 3 days' time. See you soon.
And as you do leave, you will head back to meet the others as you go on preparations to go once more towards the arena. Heading towards there, you will find yourself once more onto this nice, not that big, but still nice, waiting room that resembles a prison cell, heartwarming as it may be. Let me add some tokens because this is from the previous time. It's Taffy as well. Brennan. So, which ones will be taking part today? As Lupa will come as well along, but she's in a bad state.
Oh, hello. Oh, is this the art you had done for the spring? As he's just looking at like the cardboard cutout they put. Yeah.
Yup, it's going to be the advertisement for the springs. Just like you said, it's amazing. It will draw a lot of eyes.
Oh, I agree. It is amazing. It's awful. It's very hard not to look at it. It's so terrible that it's actually. I think I'm
What?
actually taking that.
It's beautiful.
It's pretty good. I mean, I don't know if I'd call it awful, and I don't know if I'd call it beautiful either.
Is
but
That's the
is
really
straightest
good.
A I've ever written.
is this the upside? Or, oh, you did it.
Well, she helped.
Oh, is this the upside or is this the upside?
It's the way that you
Just
can
give it
read
to me.
is the right way. We're just going to hold it, walk it, flip it around a little bit, and then we're going to kick ass. So it only needs to draw attention for like a second, which it will, because honestly, I've not seen a single banner in the ring this whole tournament. So I think we're ahead of the curve.
I think so too. It was a great idea, Nina.
Is
It
she
was.
she
My
pokes
dad
like
is
the
always great.
she pokes like the red splotch. Is this blood?
No, that's wine.
Oh,
She was sharing drinks, and it was like those.
With myself.
I hear Kai sometimes has those wine painting things. It's That's what we just made one our own.
It'll work fine, but we need to figure out who's holding it. I think the two biggest people should, honestly, just to really be able to load it as much as
We
possible.
should put it on Ogvar's cape.
On Ogvar's cape.
Hmm.
Yeah, we should just stick it on there, and when it goes foo foo, it'll show it.
What are we putting on my cape?
Do you
Up
know what?
there outside.
You know what? I thought two people would need to hold it, but if we just move the thing to the, I think it could work.
Yeah, it's big enough.
If we just stick it, if we like wrap your cape around it, Ogvar, you could just have it on your back.
Yeah.
The banner.
Look, isn't it the prettiest thing?
Yes, it looks great.
You just need to do a few spins so everyone can see.
Ogvar's gonna unlatch his cape for the first time since he's ever put it on, and we'll fold it up and put it in his pack.
Okay, now stick this down the back of your armor and the back of the neck piece. These pieces
Juniper,
of
can you
wood.
help me?
Yeah.
It's really hard
I
to
can
reach.
help.
Okay, great. So who's going to be a part? Who's fighting? Nina's fighting. Locke's fighting. Ogvar is fighting. Rain and Lupa, Juniper, Tappy.
I would
I
be
thought I-
fighting, but not Lupa.
I can substitute for Lupa.
So it's Juniper or Tappy substituting for Lupa. Who's going?
Oh, I had assumed you wouldn't want me to.
Well, are you good in arenas? It'll be a bit. We'll have to convince Welius, but I think he'd be fine. But Juniper has been in a fight before, and she's done pretty well. She's done really well.
I would simply stay in the stands.
Okay, if you want to, that's fine. No, Juniper's healing is amazing, so it's fine.
And if you
Juniper,
want money,
okay?
you can just bet on us. I
Well,
think
this-
betting's allowed here, right?
No, it's discreetly betting on ourselves. Ogvar, you're not.
Well, I
allowed
didn't
to
say to
you
bet
know
on.
the people.
I didn't say I was betting on myself. I was telling her that it would be a good idea to bet on us.
What Ogvar is saying, Tappy, is that you can bet on us, just don't let anybody know. Because it's against the rules.
It's against the
So it's
rules to
fine.
bet on you.
To bet on ourselves. You're not allowed to bet on people that you know. That's what we were told.
That's a stupid rule.
I mean, how would they know that I know you?
Well, I mean, Welius would know because you're like here with us now, and then we've seen you. You just got to be discreet about it, like Kayana did.
I suppose.
So, be discreet.
Lupa will be with you, Tappy, for that little bit.
Yep.
So,
As he wants to see Brennan, but yeah.
so everyone, just Looper and Tappy will be in the stands. Everyone else is in the ring. Great. And Ogvar has
Excellent.
a banner on his back.
What does the
Ogvar,
banner say?
It's in the Discord.
Eep.
You got that on like 2 pieces of wood sticking out your vent.
You didn't even put that it was hot springs.
No,
I did what I could.
it's also spelled correctly, which is wrong. It's not what I put in the chat. Mine had deaths apostrophe s, ward apostrophe s, spring apostrophe s.
Is that supposed to say? Oh, is that a carrot? Is that supposed to say top Solar Peak Mountains?
It's fine. It's perfect. If you have questions, that's exactly what my intention was.
What were you saying,
Draws
Juniper?
from
You are there and chatting a little bit. Welios will show himself, saying, "Look who we have here." Are you ready? This is gonna be one of the most awaited combats. You are kind of, well, you're not a favorite yet, but you are some uprising stars. Last year nobody knew you, and now you are pretty strong. And the ones that you are fighting right now is one of the locals, so they have kind of a big fan base here.
We're locals too. We have a house.
Oh, it's actually really
Everything.
true.
It's
You
pretty
do.
much-
When you signed the documents, you didn't mention that. But I
Uh,
guess it was months ago.
Things change when time passes. Who knows?
Doesn't matter.
so wise.
Are you ready to put on a show? This is supposedly one of the strong teams. Not the strongest, for certain, but they have a lot of tricks. Definitely.
I mean, we can't promise this show will be great, but it will be fantastic. We will kick so much ass.
Akbar, Akbar,
Yeah, what's up?
is it okay if I use my necklace?
Your necklace?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's okay.
okay. I just need to make sure.
Yeah, it's fine. Why are we whispering? Yeah, I'm whispering.
There's two whispering and there's echoing.
Tabby asked, "Why are we whispering?"
I don't know. We could have just like used our brain thing, but
That's smart.
What are you two doing?
I think they're like playing kissing games or something. Well,
Oh,
let's-
sure.
do you have any special requests like you did last time when you told us not to go too hard on those guards? And then we might have went too hard.
That's the normal rules. Don't worry about it. Just to remind you, once you enter the arena, you have 1 minute before the match begins. During that, you may cast spells and preparations, but not any offensive action. You're not allowed to move more than 15 feet away from the entrance. You'll see a line that's jagged there. Contestants are eliminated only if they fail at being, helped to stand up once more. So if you stay in the ground for more than 6 seconds, you are going to be eliminated. But combat is over only if all of you are eliminated. We have, of course, some very adept wizards tracking that there are no charms allowed there for bigger times. So if you use any charms on enemies, they shall be dispelled on the next turn. Disobeying in any of the rules results in instant elimination, and of course, be a bit creative in the usage of your abilities, because the people don't want to see just someone doing the same thing all over again. Out of character using the same spell feature more than once grants an advantage on the target saving throw if they get. So Wallace will say you have you have 2 minutes to come outside. Talk
What-
about anything you might wisn't. Just go towards the left of the corridor.
Playlist, I have one question. How strict are you guys on the whole 1 minute in the ring thing? Could
It's
could
fairly
somebody
strict.
have could somebody maybe get 10 minutes? You know, not in the ring, just being able to see the ring, maybe.
And as you will know, as in no, you have this extra 2 minutes here if you want to do something to prepare yourself. But
Yeah.
as you go outside, immediately as the doors open, you have exactly 1 minute before it begins.
Okay, okay.
Good luck. Wish you the best.
Thank you. Damn, they do it so strict.
And as Wellers walks away, he will say, "Oh, just to mention the arena. You might find it a bit changed."
Oh, okay, okay. He glance around and says, I was going to use my magic to make it look like a spring when we went in. You know, just to really up the whole advertisement thing, but it's okay, I'll figure something out. So do we have a game plan?
Well, we haven't really seen the field, so I don't hit the people. Or I guess
I
me
want to
and
put out
Locke-
my dragon.
Okay, you're
Alright.
going to the dragon. Okay, okay.
Wait,
Uh,
what?
I don't know.
You-
I'm just smiling and
you have a
nodding.
Hmm.
I mean, put out a dragon.
I figured out this new, like, summoning spell, and I can. Ever since we bought that stupid dragon, I want to use it.
Well, do if you can make it dragon, like go beyond using it, like throw it in their faces. Is it a cool dragon or is it a tiny shit dragon?
I'll be completely honest. I haven't used it before, so I don't know what's gonna happen. But I think this is the perfect place to try it, right?
It is. It definitely is.
Wait. It's something you could do since the dragon we fought. And this is the right time to use it?
Well, I don't know what it'll do, so I didn't want to like just toss it out as a wild card. But this is a controlled area.
Is it a
Uh-oh.
friendly dragon?
A what?
A friendly dragon.
We can ask it when I summon it.
Okay, okay. You know what? They have magic people and healers, right? If it's an asshole dragon, then at least we aren't going to die. Not that it's a possibility
Yeah.
anyway, but sure. Just make sure it goes near them and not us. It's
Oh,
probably
okay.
for the best.
Yeah, same plan as last time, right, Locke? We go after the big guys.
Yeah,
Unless something
basically,
changes.
Yeah, you and me, big guy, we're gonna focus down wherever giant threats are out there, and then if there's any little spellcasters, that should be the focus for the rest of you threes.
Can do. Can do.
And I mean, wherever you see fit to, I'd call a fucking dragon or whatever you're gonna do, work that in where you see fit, I guess.
And as the bell rings, you will move yourselves towards the entrance of the arena.
Commoners, my worst enemy.
You are right here, and you have the ability to position yourselves. I'll show you exactly the limits.
Ooh, that's a lot of rocks.
Yep, these are the limits to where you can put your characters.
Ooh. How big are these rocks, BG?
Oh, big, they cannot be lifted.
How tall are they?
They go from 10 to 15 to 20 feet, some of them, but most of them are up to
Wait.
10 feet or 15.
What if
Okay.
you're really, really, really strong? Could
The
you lift one?
grunt cover if you are behind them. They're big ones.
Okay. I'll give you guys my blessing as well. You know, just a little bit of Mina luck to keep you safe.
So as you're outside, you will hear some yelling from people announcing you, saying that someone will say about you and some of the others as, ah, what goes Madden? They start shouting and yelling, give it in, for the Death Ward, formerly known as Carabros. They seem to have changed a little bit their roster, but they are as powerful as they always were. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, you will find the twins, the younger and the older brother, the master transmuters of the tower of our places, along the commandments of the powerful priestess, Mavera. Give it in for them. The fight will begin in a couple of seconds.
Ooh.
You can shout whatever you wish, Locke, if you wish to flip them off.
Get on the rock, Ogvar, soon as you can, and do a twirl.
Ogvar uses, before the fight even starts, uses the telekinetic movement to just let the banner fly and flap in the wind, so everyone can see it.
Oh yeah, and I'll use minor illusion to make little sparks come out from the around it. Little sparks, little puffs of smoke, all coming out from around the side of the banner, advertising Death's Wood Hot Springs. Okay.
I still think it would have looked better on the cape so it could fly out.
He is gonna
You'll
cast
get to see.
armor back at this on himself as well. and use the skull to regain a spell slot after concentrating, looking deep into its hollow eyes for a few seconds.
In regards to the people that are on the other side of the arena, you will see that most of them will pop their mage armor, since there are 2 of them that are casting spells. And the others will prepare their weapons as they're getting ready for that combat.
Can I have Brayden cast lightning arrow as well?
You can't have it before combat, of course. It lasts, I believe, 1 minute, and you use it directly in your next attack.
Flock gonna use his armor as well? Or is he gonna keep it?
No, Locke is popping armor and Eldritch Maul to start.
Oh, nice.
And you will see that the 2 transmitters in the distance, even though you don't get direct eyesight, you have some trouble seeing them. Brennan, being a bit up there, will notice them. You'll see that they are holding a kind of a magical stone that they will put behind on their backs, like an orb of using for spells. The one up forward, Orpheus, will prepare itself. It will cast a very interesting spell. Let me prepare it here.
Oh.
And you will see an angelic presence forming
Mm,
right of it.
Oh. Nina is going to, just before we like a couple of seconds before we, you know, the timer, the bell rings, she's going to cast Bless on 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 of us. She'll cast Bless at 4th level. She'll give a blessing to a random person in the crowd, I guess, because she can do 3, 4, 5. Oh, I can't do math. She knew 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, she knew 6 people, so on us 5 and a random person in the crowd. She just pick out and say, "You get the blessing. You get the blessing."
by courtesy of that one spring.
Yeah. Visit the Deathwood Springs, you guys. She calls up into the crowd. If you can't read, it's on the Solar Peak Mountains. Take your grandparents. The worth is great.
Anything else you want to do before beginning? I suppose not. So it will be close to the last turn. That I suppose you will activate the Eldritch Claw tattoo and stuff like that.
Can I
Oh.
bet?
Yes, you can try, of course. Well, you definitely can bet, but the amount of the amount of gold that you can bet depends solidly on your wordings, and you know you kind of want to be a bit deceitful in regards to who you're bribing for this, because if it is known that you are an acquaintance of them, it's not allowed. So give me a charisma check of your choice. It can be either persuasion or deception or performance.
Can I
Depends on
use
how that would played.
Can I use disguise self a little bit?
I'm fine with it. I would say that it would grant you advantage.
All right. Persuasion then. Oh, you know, deception. 27, baby.
All right, that's a very good one. So let's see. That's the fifth one. Okay. Right, you can bet up to 56 gold. Unfortunately, it's not that much, but it's gold pieces. I mean, it's a big amount for people in a city. And supposedly, you can make as many as double that amount.
All right. Sure. Oh yeah, I guess I'll bet 50 gold and 12 electrum.
There are no electrum in our setting.
Ah,
You know.
okay.
It's only,
so I have-
all the other ones exist, but electrum does not.
So I have 70 gold then. Okay.
Mhm.
I will bet 56 gold then.
Okay. and you will hear some goblins down here cheering for you. That's word! That's word! That's word! Yes!
Oh,
As at this point, you will see the war priestess in front of the line of those to be casting a spell. You can make him an Arcana check someone if he wishes to understand what spell
Absolutely.
was casted.
Nope.
Nope, you won't understand, but still, you can understand that Bavaria is concentrating on a kind of a beneficial spell for its allies. Having said
I'm
that,
gonna use my
roll me
inspiration
initiatives.
on initiative.
All right.
if you click your token before you click initiative, Jeremy, it should appear on the tracker.
Edward did
Yeah,
it.
I did it.
Okay.
At last.
Yeah, just making sure.
Okay, so I believe I can see all of you. And in descending order, Brannon is gonna be the first one to act.
Right out the gate.
So with the starting shot from his. Oh, he's gonna take a shot at this one all the way in the back over here.
You understand from this point that you are, they have some cover because this is not direct. You need to go for a longer shot, so they would have some extra defenses on their armor class. You can still do it, but yeah. That definitely hits. So that's 14 damage plus some extras.
48, yeah.
Give me the lightning arrow. Oh, you rolled it before. Do you wanna roll the lightning arrow? Didn't you cast it or not?
Yeah, I did. 48.
Well, that's a lot of damage. So let me check. And as you do this, the lightning arrow will explode around, dealing some damage to another two of them close. So it doesn't deal the normal damage, takes just the 21, this one. And as this happens, the monk that is up top and the other brother need to roll for a dexterity saving throw. And they're both gonna make it, so roll me 2d8 for the other two. So they're gonna take only half of that damage. Having said that, anything else you wanna do, Brennan? You have one more attack.
He's just gonna take a regular shot with another shot.
On the same one? Okay, that's a hit. And that's enough to bring that one to a blooded state. A lot of damage in that turn as Brennan just bursts them. Any movement, or are you gonna stay there?
He's gonna move down to here.
All right, and you will see the monk just nodding to the others, saying seemingly they have a plan of some sort. As this one is gonna just start dashing forward, take all 80 feet up to this spot. Right here, pretty close engaging. And this one will cast an ice spell. Let's see. It will animate objects, as you will see. Some of these huge rocks will immediately become animated. I'll roll just for one of those three initiative, because they do roll. I won't roll for all three. And immediately after he does that, he will take some cover behind this huge rock, making it impossible to aim him from that spot. And what should I do? No, I'm fine. Okay. And we have this swashbuckler right here that is going, as it's starting to move, to take a hide action. And he will purposely get hidden. For the time being, Juniper with her passive perception may see him if she goes closer, but for the time being, no. And the other one, On the other hand, let's see what he can do. Okay, so getting a lot of damage there. He will use most of his speed to climb up there, and you'll see Brian as he will yell, "Get rid of that archer! Quick!" And he will use all his multi-attack against you, but you do have some cover, so assume that you have 2 more to your armor class in that spot. 1, 2, 3. So only 21, I believe, will hit you. Yes. So as he does a full scale attack on you, you will suffer 23 points of acid damage, as this one will get behind that and also go prone on the ground to make it a bit more difficult to aim him from a distance.
I'll reduce that damage.
You can do that.
Splashing some of it off. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Ugh, well, it's better.
Juniper, it's your turn.
Ooh. She's gonna grab her bow tie and she's gonna summon Draconic Spirit.
Mm-hmm. I did get that from the description. What would you summon?
A gem dragon?
A gem dragon? What gem dragon?
Mm,
Just for the sake of the theme of the one that I'm gonna pull here. Crystal, topaz, amethyst,
Topaz.
topaz. Okay. I'm gonna ask for future reference if you're using summon spells, not only you, but goes for anyone, to prepare me a little bit ahead of time so that I have some proper tokens for those. It will
my sorry.
it will work just fine for this, don't worry.
Gosh, cat.
I
But
know.
yeah, so yeah, you would have to summon him at a distance of 90 feet from you. Let me put the token, just one moment.
No worries. We're gonna drop him wherever closer to them.
Speaking of summoning, can we say that Tapi summoned Amicus back?
Yes, you can, of course, but Amicus would be very best to be on this place around, but you can have him.
Oh yeah, no. I just mean in general. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Not that big.
Oof.
That size.
It's a big
Like
ask.
Grandit too. Juniper. Alright. Juniper, so you should be able to control it. This token, and feel free to put it to anywhere you wish.
I'll just drop it here.
Right on their faces. So,
Just
let
fun.
me see something. That's further
Oh.
from your range. That could be up till here. Yeah. But still, it's placed directly after your turn.
Oh, so I can use it immediately?
After you end your turn, yes. Would you end your turn?
Yep, I'm not gonna move. She's gonna be right there. So
So
I think
Topaz Dragon has resistance to, I believe, to necrotic. Are you going for that, or is it just flavor?
just flavor, I guess. I wasn't prepared myself for this. I just thought of it on the whim. But so multi-attack, run attacks equal have a spell, and it uses breath weapon. So it's nothing's in front of. So it's gonna move right in front of this guy, I guess, and
Alright.
use its multi-attack.
As it moves, this one is gonna take an opportunity attack at your dragon. as
Got it.
It was hidden, so it's gonna strike with its rapier. And deal 6 points of piercing damage to it, not that much. It has 50, so it's gonna end up at 44.
Got it. So it's gonna use its multi-attack, which is how many rend attacks? I can't math right
It
now.
is 2. But as you do enter that spot, you have to make a dexterity saving throw with that.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, I know what that spell is.
That's his dexterity
Okay.
save.
So this one is a guardian of faith.
Yep.
So it will be 20 points radiant damage. Thankfully,
God.
it does have resistance to that, so it only takes 10.
Whew.
As it comes to all, you gain one of those from certain resistance traits.
Oh.
So yeah, you can go there, and you can give me both attacks and do whatever else you wish.
That's 2 attacks and then a rend attack.
You need to make attack
Yeah, breath
rolls
weapon.
before dealing damage, I believe.
Oh, my bad. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get used to this thing.
It's okay, it's okay. So, I will roll for the breath attack to save some time.
Oh, thank you.
It would happen nonetheless. Your DC is 17 or 15. What is it? I'm not sure.
Oh, 17?
17. Okay, only the priest will make it. Actually, the animate object will drop. But pretty unlucky
Woohoo!
for them. Just roll me 2d20s. I mean, it will save some time and you can find it in the meanwhile. Don't worry that much about it.
2 d20s?
Yes. So the first attack would miss. The second one, what is your modifier, your spell attack?
Plus 9.
The second one hits, so I will take the second amount of damage against the War Priest. That will also have to make a concentration saving throw. But this one is much more adept at keeping its concentration. And that would be the end, I assume, of the dragon's turn. As Nina,
Yes.
you are next.
Nina is going to. Can she see this giant angel from where she is on the other side of the map?
Yes, that's the only thing you can see
Yeah,
right there.
Nina will. She will use her movement first. She'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet up to here, and she'll call out and say, "Watch as the power of the Deathsword hot springs flows through me, and I dispel our enemies." And she will point a finger at the angel, and will cast Dispel Magic at 4th level. Doesn't know what it is, but will attempt to get rid of this giant angel thing if at all possible.
And thankfully, it will get dispelled.
Oh, sorry, that was remove cast that I clicked, not Dispel
Still,
Magic.
It's a 4th level spell, so Dispel Magic will work just fine, ending it.
Okay. Great. She'll do a little spin as shadows claim what was an angel and then dissipate into nothingness. And she will look at this monk and say, "Your turn." It's her turn.
Okay. Ogvar.
That's me. Alright, Ogvar tightens the latches on his new shield and will bolt forward. 30 feet right here. I can't see the rogue at all, so I'm not gonna go after it.
You know that he's there because he revealed himself, but
Oh,
you cannot see him. Yeah, it attacked on the dragon.
alright. Well, yeah, I'll just get close to this lady and because I can't get all the way over there in one turn. I'll just bonus action aggressive and get up in this lady's grill while she's here and take 2 strikes.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do it. Bam. Eek. Probably not.
14 unfortunately does not hit. As you might imagine, this one is very much trained in dodging attacks like block. It has a rolling style.
I take another strike. Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me? Yep.
Are you adding bless to these, by the way? Or
And with her carefree attitude, this one, Gina, her name, will look at you and say, "How did you get up till this round?"
Would an 18 hit on the first one? Because I
18
forgot
hits,
bless.
Yeah, she
Okay.
wouldn't say that then. Okay,
Okay.
fair enough. You saved yourself from trash talking. Your weakness.
I
I suppose you
smush
would
her.
roll the one.
I cannot because I am one-handing right now.
Ooh, correct.
But I will. Mm, yeah, I'll not. Nope. Keeping it. That's fine. That's what I keep going.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and next one is Locke.
Well, big guy don't have any distance shit. We saw this thing ducking and dodging, so we are going to maneuver up to his brother behind this here rock of cover. We're gonna see what we can do, but we are going to rage first and foremost. Didn't want to do that at the top because I might have lost something. And yeah, we're going to rock him with 2 strikes. Oh, actually, shit. I want to measure something first.
Do
You
it.
probably have me like do a roll to get over here, right?
How much speed do you have?
45.
45. I suppose you could. It would be difficult. It's difficult terrain here, so you wouldn't be able to make it in
Okay.
time.
Cool. Yeah, we'll just play it safe.
Okay, these are some nice and very solid strikes.
Sorry, I didn't add my shit. Okay.
So it's 11 more, which is actually enough to bring Gina to a bloodied state. As he yells at you, "Oh my, you are good! You're good! Chill, please!" As she will take on a very serious look on defending, like she has a trick up her sleeve. Anything else, Locke?
A trick up her sleeve, it looks like. Cool, give me a con save.
Oh my goodness.
No!
Yeah, fuck you.
Push her 25 feet away.
Trick goes away.
Oh no.
Yeah, the rest is flurry of blow stuff, which I didn't do. That is it for me.
Okay, then that's gonna be it. As it's gonna be we're playing next, saying that Gina must have been damaged, but I will fend it off this creature. Go on as usual. And first of all, Mavera will use her bonus action, do a healing light. But because of a special spell that she's doing, it won't heal for 14, but instead for the full amount of hit points that it does. She has Beacon of Hope up right now. So your brother are gonna be at a good amount of health. She's gonna come back at full health. And as a normal attack, he will go all the around that dragon and go for some attacks. Multi-attack. The 2 mole attacks are against the dragon. I believe it has some decent AC. What is its AC, Juniper?
Oh my goodness.
It's pretty high, if I
um,
remember correctly. Yeah, it's
19?
19. Yep. No, none of those 2 hits. Let's see. I can get any of those 3. Because I can use my Holy Fire, but I'm not sure at which one to use it. Holy Fire makes sense to be used at behind cover.
Gina.
Ogvar.
Oh no.
No, never
It's
mind.
me.
I wouldn't go for Ogvar. Sorry, I'll go for Brannan. I believe he's in range. Let's see. No, he's not. Okay, I'll go for the dragon. I didn't go for the dragon. I didn't manage to hit the dragon. So dragon, give me a saving throw. Dexterity.
Dexterity.
Yes. It's gonna make it. No, not blinded, and also it's resistant to radiant damage as well. It's resistant to a lot of types, so dragon is actually pretty good right now. And I'm just rolling a d6 to see on the healing potential, it's not going to recharge for this turn. As Brennan, you are next.
So with a bonus action, Brennan is going to cast Hunter's Mark
Which one?
on the priest down here.
Okay. This one is not a priest,
so
the
he's-
one in the back lines.
sorry.
Which one do you want?
The same character. Sorry, I
Okay.
thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to jump up on the rocks and take another 2 shots at.
Okay, you have disadvantage because it's prone. It went on the ground to avoid shots.
Oh, it's prone? Oh
Yep.
shit. Okay.
Okay, still making these 2 shots thanks to the bless of Nina. That's a lot of damage. That's 15 plus 8, that's 23. Once more bloodied and in a very bad state. As the rest of you are going to actually be impressed at Brennan's newfound archery skills. He's much better than he used to be. Not used anymore to relying on Lupa. He's unlocked the true potential of himself. Anything else, Brennan?
Yeah, he's going to climb back down from the rocks and.
Okay. And as
Alright.
you do that, you will hear, and Special Lock and Nogvar being lost, Gina mumbling, no, no, but she cannot do anything, she's just stunned, but she says that. And this one will climb up here, and will say, apologies, on your, when you say so, and he holds an action. Actually, he casts a spell, so if you wanna do something about Nina, now is the time. Now that he's holding. Oh, you're far away. No, you cannot.
No,
Never
no,
mind.
Way too far.
Okay, so it's gonna be the Swashbuckler, but will come here and kick this dragon, saying that got you, Mavera, no worries. And he's gonna go for 2 strikes with the rapier and 1 with the dagger. The 2 rapier strikes will pass through for a total of 20 damage, and the Swashbuckler will use its light-footed to continue moving forward. It says, you should be able to finish it. Mavera. And now it's gonna be this one that is going to climb up there using all its speed, because he was prone as well. And he will say, no! And you will see some flames coming out of this one's arms, while from the other ones you will see some lightnings appearing. And as they do that,
Mmm.
Oh,
my
that's
God.
fun.
that should be some fun.
Oh
So-
dear.
Let's go one by one, shall we? Let's go for the fireball first. Hello, one. Give me your saves.
Is Augie saving or is he just on the edge?
No. Juniper is not affected. Fireball affects all 4 of you.
Okay, so Ogbar is rolling. That's what I was asking.
Yes, he's rolling. You see that all of you are making the save, so you take only 10 points of fire damage. Then comes the lightning bolt at the same moment, which will deal. Let's see how much. The DC is the same, so another 21. Pretty low rolls, but nonetheless, let's see. One more round with 30 saves. Brennan, you don't roll for the lightning bolt. You are out of it. You're only affected by the fireball.
Oh, okay. Word.
And okay, so all the 3 of you are gonna get 10 damage, except Nina, that is gonna suffer the whole 21 of it.
Nina's gonna use her inspiration to re-roll that she got from
Okay,
the art piece, the pay to win inspiration. Let's see.
pay to win.
Oh, there we go.
Oh
Pay to
my
win
God.
works.
Pay to save. Pay to
Arts.
save.
All right. And so that, Juniper, it's gonna be your turn.
Okay. Oh goodness. She's gonna reach out with chill touch on this guy on the rock.
Right? Are you pointing at the top one or the bottom one?
Oh, the
The
top
blooded.
one.
The blooded. Okay.
Yeah.
Nina, you need to make 2 con saves for. Oh wait a minute.
So 19 is gonna hit him, and he is gonna take that 8 damage. But more importantly, the chill touch, the arm of that chill touch will linger, not allowing him to heal himself.
Ooh. And I think everybody's. Oh. She's gonna. That'll be it for her. And then, oh my god, I'm all over the place today. So the dragon will turn around, or bleh, will hit this guy. I'm just gonna roll 3d20s, or no, 2d20s.
2d20s, yeah.
Oh my god.
So the dragon is not moving, right?
Yeah, the dragon's staying put. He's gonna hit the one next to him.
Mm-hmm. So it has a +9, but unfortunately none of those will hit.
Oi.
And then it can do its breath, of course. That can affect those two. Or this and one other, at least. Let's see.
Oh, that is true. There's a 30-foot cone.
So this one is gonna take the full damage, but the swashbuckler will not take the full of it. It will dodge it and extend. The dragon
Darn
seems to be posing a serious threat to them, but it's close to getting eliminated. Nina, you are next.
Nina is going to, seeing that Gina is in a very bad, is in quite a tight spot, is going to ignore her completely. She's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet over to here. And then as a bonus action, Nina's going to use her once a day Misty Step. And she's going to Misty Step up onto, let's see, gonna Misty Step up onto, how high is this rock, BG?
15 feet.
15
You can
feet
do it.
up? Yeah,
You can
she'll
go.
go right onto the tippy top of the 15 feet. And she'll turn around, she'll do a little spin, and she'll say, "The gods don't discriminate, the gods don't lie. The waters of Mount Celestia flow freely in the springs, and with them you'll never die." And then she will proceed to start. Oh, wait, she's used her. That was her bonus action. She will then use a action to cast Chill Touch on this guy over here.
You really hate this guy.
Oh yeah. Well, he's on a rock. He's with, he's
It's insane. How could he? I mean,
how dare he jump up on, how dare copy Nina jump up on that rock?
Lightning is Char's thing. How dare you?
Where is it? It is down here. Here you go. That's a, oh gee, a 27 for a weapon.
low damage. It's gonna survive. Really low. But it's gonna survive.
I think 3. There you go. But he can't heal. That's good.
Yeah, that's very good.
And that's gonna be Nina's turn. That's her action. That's her bonus action. That's a movement.
Okay. Posing yourself as the enemy of them. Ogvar, it's your turn.
Alright, okay, so seeing Locke basically has this on lockdown. Ogvar is going to spread his wings, his beautiful grassy wings, the banner flying greatly behind, and he's gonna fly some 60 feet. Let's do that. He's gonna fly right behind this fella, taking it. Oh wait, no, it's stunned. It doesn't take one. I forgot. And I would like to, on my way over, like, let me show you. Try and get these two in a line to hit him up with some spores. So yeah, on his way over, the shield starts to encrust moss on the front, and a small swirl of acidic clinging spores will shoot out from it. So let's do that. Spells.
Okay.
Ow.
So it is a line. It affects this one and which one other?
These two.
Okay. Let me roll my dexterity saves.
Come on, baby. Ah, fuck you.
Actually, they're both gonna make it, avoiding the force totally.
I'm gonna use my reaction to expend a wizard die, and I want this one right here to reroll.
I shall do so. This time, Mavera shall fail.
All right. And let's go with Man, I just want to do so many cool things. Crap. What's the radius on magnifier? 10 feet. Yeah. Ogvar is going to action surge, and he's going to cast Magnify Gravity on these two fellas.
Okay, for a Constitution saving throw this time.
He grips the air and just pulls them straight down into the floor.
So one of them is gonna make it, but the War Priest is gonna suffer some damage and be forced to make another concentration save, which they're going to make, but still they're gonna be knocked prone.
Yeah.
No, it's not getting prone, sorry. Just getting some speed halved.
And that's my turn, just getting up in this guy's business. And doing all that to...
Successfully so. Okay, Locke, you're next.
does he have to make concentration saves?
I did make one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
If you can see.
Sorry.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's try to end this as quickly as possible for action economy, but we know how my rolls go.
So unfortunately, even with your advantage, this one will fail.
Yep, figures. Number 2.
This one hits, and Gina seems to be just one more step away from getting downed. Though you
good.
cannot the Eldritch Maul and Rage.
Yeah, I was gonna say. All right, I selected these this time.
Okay, and yep, she probably needs one more hit to go down.
All right. Drenornosh for flurry of blows.
And with this strike, Gina will fall down to the ground, unconscious.
Finisher.
Ugh. All right, well, we got 2 in the back. Okay. Doop. Nope. Doop. There we go. Doop. Got us 45, and we're going to use our last blow.
That hits. And what effect are you imposing on her?
We are going to do. Let's see, we got Nina right there. Rogues are Dexy Dex, though, so. Yeah, we'll just do no reactions. Play it safe.
Okay, no reactions it is.
Yeah, that was actions, bonus, movement. That's it.
Okay, it's gonna be the War Priest's turn. Well, it seems that a lot of enemies have come to your notice right here. So let's see what I can do about that. Okay. And Mara will turn to you, saying that you got to read Gina that fast. You must be their leader. Paris! She will yell as she casts a spell. Giving some time for Nina
Oh,
reactions.
no,
if
no,
she
no, no, thought about it, but no.
No. Okay. Give me a charisma save.
Oh,
Ooh, me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And you are
Oh,
the
damn.
strong one.
He's passing it. He's gonna pass it. He's fine. He's fine.
You just
Oh my
destroyed
God.
Zilla.
He's fine.
This is ridiculous.
He'll pass it. He'll pass it, no doubt.
Well,
Trying
I
to
do.
find it
I
'cause he
do.
never uses it.
I do. Well,
got-
that's fair. I
Got
do have bless.
He's got inspiration. He's fine. He's fine. Come on.
I shall
Yeah,
say that
if-
the DC is bigger than that.
I figured. Yeah. Not like it's gonna matter, but I'm gonna just use my inspiration.
You have blessed. There's
Oh my
always
God.
potential.
If he succeeds a save,
Someone
he's like
roll
half
it for
in,
him.
right?
Oh my god.
Yes, you
Oh,
are.
woo!
Read this.
Jeez.
Clutch bless.
Told you.
And,
Scary.
yeah.
Dress.
Bless is actually amazing. So yeah, see, for a moment you are going to disperse, but from a rift between reality, and then you're just gonna tear the rift apart and emerge once more. Just a couple
Ah,
moments
she
later.
banished you.
Yes, she will just open her eyes and she won't manage to do that. And yep, I'll just roll a d6 for recharge for her healing ability, which will not recharge just yet. That is Mavera's turn. As Brennan, you are next.
So Brandon is going to move back on top of the rock and take another 2 shots at his target.
Well, even with whatever cover there might be, this would hit. So which one is your target? Sorry.
So-
Okay. So as you shoot those 2 arrows with the second one, this one is actually gonna go down. Unconscious. As you hear the other one saying, they got us! Bavera, if you have any tricks, you should do them now. We don't have to wait till the finals if we cannot pass there. Brandon, any movement?
Yes, Brandon is going to move back down to the rocks and into cover. And that's it.
Alright. It's gonna be Dina's turn. That will be rolling a d20. She's still fine. Doesn't have a failed that saving throw. And you have this one that has Ogbar right next to him. And he'll look at you, saying, who told you that you are allowed to come so close to me?
Mm.
He will just move the attack on you 3 times.
I'll try.
Ooh.
He'll hit.
So first, and that's one of the highest rolls that I've seen on this. The critical dealt less.
Can you do the math for me?
It's
Aw.
30, 63.
63, yeah.
Oh.
63.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think-
lot of damage.
What do I have? I'm going to try and lessen that. It said 63, right? Yeah, I'll try and lessen
That's
that.
correct. It's doable. You might just linger a little bit more if you make it.
Yeah, let's... Fuck me. 10.
Yes!
Mm.
That's 10 less, so that's
So
53.
53.
You remain alive with 5 hit points as you get down momentarily, and this one will start moving, then realize that you're still up and you're trying to make an opportunity attack. It will just stop and linger there, covering himself as he will stop, and he's doing. And he will use his transmute ability to, and you will feel like he's modifying something on himself. Some energy is taking place. It's gonna be this one's turn, but it's just going to regain its reactions slowly, but it will. And it will take. Let's see. I'm leaving them to you, Captain. Say, as takes the disengage action, really, and as it goes towards here, it will even dash.
My
go
my
towards
sentinel hits regardless of disengage.
That's correct. That's very nice.
What a
Okay,
nerd.
Go for it.
I mean, I'll miss, but
Get him.
still.
Pushes up his glasses. My sentinel.
Why would you miss? That's 14. And then, since it's not allowed, say, all right then, you seal this for yourself. We will go for 3 attacks on you. Of which only one. That's still 5 points of damage for Raging Lock.
And he takes 15.
Mm. How much more remain of this?
Oh, that killed it. So I have 0.
Mm-hmm. All right. At least it had some value in this form of cold damage returning to this swashbuckler. That will fall below half health at this point. As we have this one, that will make that death saving throw, and unfortunately, zoop, he will be teleported into safety, as he won't manage to survive. He's been severely injured. Juniper,
Oh dear. She's gonna use. Oh my gosh, she's gonna use dash as an action to get a little bit closer, and she is bonus action heal Ogvar.
mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That's a very solid heal. 20 hit points. Anything else, Juniper?
Juniper's done, and then Dragon's gonna hit Mavera again.
Okay.
I'm just gonna roll these separately because my doing them together was awful.
It's okay, it's okay.
Oh my god!
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, that was
Statistically,
useless.
It still has a breath weapon, though you might want to consider moving the dragon so that it doesn't hit a lock and others. That's up to you.
Oh my god. God, even if I hold on, sorry, I gotta measure this out.
The same Draconic Spirit is such a good spell, but it doesn't seem that's the case for you when you summoned it. That's not...
Oh man, Oh my god, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this without hitting someone. It's a 30-foot cone.
Well, if it does move from this side and steals it upwards. I
Oh,
suppose.
you're right. Okay. I don't know why I was just like focused on Ogvi and Lock.
well, honestly, if
Why
it's 30
not?
feet, if it's 30 feet, just get Lock in it and get the 2 enemies.
I mean,
True.
Loki
Want me
does
to?
cover resistance. That's up to you.
You know Lock can take it.
All right, we'll stay there. Oh my
All
god.
right. Roll me 2d6.
Oh no.
And of course, Locke, you have to make me that dexterity save.
Oh, it's only 10 damage.
They are also gonna make this. But still,
Wait.
chipping away from their life a little bit, slowly yet steadily.
I can't do anything else.
So your spell save is 18, isn't it? Or 17?
Oh, 17.
17, okay, they make.
With the
Nonetheless, dealing some bit more of damage while still keeping up with Mavera's focus on the dragon. Nina, you are next.
Nina is going to. She's going to start a turn. Again, there's another little spin. There's a little bow. She's. My name's Nina. Points to Locke. His name's Locke. And thanks to these springs, our love is as strong as rock. And then she's gonna slide down this rock. She's gonna slide down the rock. She's gonna look at this swashbuckler, see that he's wounded. She's gonna look him in the eye and she's gonna say, "Hey, you rogue dude. Let's make this cool, right? You're going down. Let's do this in a cool way. Me and you, 1v1. All you have to do is say is yes. I can teleport us up onto that rock and it'll be cool. What do you say?" And she points to this big ass rock.
So what's your action exactly?
She wants to convince this guy to come with her through a dimension door. Allegedly onto this rock. It will actually be 500 feet in the sky.
Won't you be 500 feet in the sky as well?
Yeah, but Nina can feather fall.
Wow.
This guy can't.
You know what?
Hey,
I'll give you
that's
the
amazing.
opportunity. Give me a deception check.
A deception check.
I want this to happen. Can Locke assist and be like,
Come on, it's not about strength, it's about show for the crowd.
I'm okay if you just use either your action or your bonus action on your turn for that. I'm fine with that.
cool, got it.
Okay, give it. Ah!
And Nina would, well, yeah, she's gonna cast Dimension Door. I don't know if this is gonna happen on his turn or.
And as you appear up high in the air immediately, you
With
will
his
see
hand.
Mavera turning around. What the? Why would you agree on that? Trusty! And as it starts falling, and I suppose you immediately use your reaction.
I will use my reaction when I'm like
Yep. As it starts
close
falling,
enough, close enough to the ground
Yeah.
to not waste a turn.
you will see some of the worried mages around immediately casting a spell and escorting Swash to safety as it is immediately away. I mean, it's instant death. It's not damage. Instant
Yeah,
death.
yeah.
So yeah,
Nina's just wooing as she's falling.
and they saved it. Okay, so Nina, you are still on the air though. You
Yeah.
descend at 60 feet per round. You have a lot of turns there.
Yep,
You are at
Fine.
440.
that's fine.
My gosh.
Slowly landing.
So that dude just goes splat, right?
It's your turn, Ogvar. Go for it.
Alright. Ogvar takes an overhand swing at this guy on the ground. Oh my gosh, I'm not on the this guy. The one he's next to.
Mm-hmm.
Wham! Ooh, it's big.
Hit.
Sorry, I have a message in my way. I can't click it. There we go. 14, and I'm gonna juice it up, cause why not? That's the wrong one. Don't ignore that. Ignore it.
I ignore it.
That one.
25 damage, and I make a strength save if I'm correct, right?
Yes, or be knocked prone. He's prone.
I'm prone.
And Ogvar is going to just, I guess, jump down. Not on top of him because that would kill him. And he's gonna strike him while he's down.
I strike with the Warhammer wouldn't kill him, but you dropping on him would. Let's give him strikes then.
Blam! Oh, oof. Let's see if the D4 can save that.
Yes,
16.
D4 saves the day.
Blessed.
It's bloodied.
Oh my gosh.
He is bloodied.
And that's my turn.
Okay, Locke, you are next.
All right, just seeing the two figures disappear, and then see this wide shadow from up above. Just grins and shakes his head. He's gonna turn and then advance 10, and we're gonna flank with a fucking topaz dragon or whatever this is.
Mm-hmm. Works for me. Right,
Should
and
not have been 3.
the second attack will be the only one not hitting because he was wearing a full blade. But still, this is gonna be getting a lot of damage. That's 7 plus 17, that's 24 for the first one, and another 14.
I misclicked and sorry, I misclicked. The third one shouldn't happen. I used my bonus to try to give advantage to her.
Oh, I see. It's alright, no worries. Well, it did work, nonetheless. Tabby, it's not 50d6, actually more than 200 feet is instant death, no matter your health. That's
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that dude just goes. Nina just murdered a man.
Actually, the real ruling is it's up to 20d6, and from there on it's a variant up on the DM's discretion. But Locke is gonna make that strike nonetheless. Are you gonna apply any stunning strike or not?
Let's see. It is next. I don't like desperation spells. Well, stunning strike is always for any of them. Yeah. Why not? Let's. No.
Yes or no?
No, we're not. We're in a
No.
show match. We won't play it so
Alright.
safe.
I'll ask her to retaliate as it turns to you and says that, well, I understand that we might have lost, but let's give it a so at the very least.
Hey, you got that right.
One strike at the dragon and then turn to you. Strike at dragon, misses. Strike at you, hits. For 12 bludgeoning plus 12 radiant. And then, gonna use the holy fire on you, Locke. It's a wisdom save. I thought it was a dexterity strength, but apparently it hits your mind.
Okay, just a second. 75 minus.
And this
Oh,
meanie
rules.
takes
Okay.
5 acid damage as well.
Wisdom.
Heal recharges as well. And unfortunately, I don't believe you do have advantage on wisdom saves,
No.
which means that you are actually gonna get the full damage, well, full half still, but you are also gonna get blinded for one turn. And yep, as she gets you a little bit blind, she will really appreciate
Alright.
that, and she will walk in that way around. So Brandon, you are next.
So Brandon is going to move over the rocks to here and take 2 shots and use a bonus action to put Hunter's Mark on this person.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to take another 2 shots.
On the war priest, you said, right? This
Yes,
one is
this one.
prone, you have disadvantage.
Okay.
Still works, but yep, just to note. So roll, give me 2 more attacks in case that they missed due to disadvantage. Okay, they still hit, so give me damage. Right. And with the second strike, you will see that this one will barely cling to life, surviving.
And then he'll move back over.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be it for him.
And that's gonna be your turn. This one just laughs a little bit as he's very down and say, "You're very, very strong, but I won't make it that easy for you. I won't." Dina will roll a d20, and Dina whoop disqualifies as well. And the distance teleported, and it's gonna be this brother's turn that he will stand up,
Mm-hmm.
and as he does, he is going to cast a spell.
Right.
Zoop! We're gonna take
Oh
him
my god.
right here. And he'll say, "Have you heard the faraway islands of Kreb? Well, I have been to them!" And you will hear a huge roar emerging as
Oh my god.
a Tyrannosaurus will emerge right there on the spot. And this one is out, this one is also out. Juniper, you're next.
Oh god. She's gonna. Oh jeez. She's gonna move it 30 feet after seeing this thing and oh lordy. She's gonna try and blight it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Let's see. And it's gonna fail the save, suffering 14 points of damage. And with that, actually, I'm gonna have to make a Constitution save that's pretty high DC. I might instantly revert. Yep.
Oh,
That was a ton of damage. He wouldn't be able to make. He needed a 20. So he will just
Sucks for
revert
you!
immediately. How? Why? No! The dragon plays next.
You know,
I'm
that's like getting a mega mushroom in Mario and then immediately getting slammed by a fucking Goomba,
Exactly.
and then you just like
Exactly.
whoop whoop whoop, doo 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 doo.
Second
Ah.
one hits Juniper. Roll the damage.
I gotta find all the tabs.
Oh, this poor bastard.
Ooh.
This time it worked pretty fine, I see. Let's roll my dexterity save. And I'm going to fail this time, so I'm gonna suffer another 10. But still, Maver is not blooded. He seems to be very adept at fighting.
Dang.
Yep, still a good one.
No, whatever.
That's turn for the dragon. As Nina, you are flying.
Nina's is just floating and spinning up in the air. She's gonna call out. She'll say, "The goblins of these springs are the most beautiful things. So well behaved, so kind, so funny. They give the city spas a run for their money." That's it.
Hey, charisma check, Nina. Charisma, pure charisma.
Ooh, pure charisma.
Yes.
Where's that?
Toppy's just gonna yell. Toppy's just gonna
13.
yell at Nina. Did you get hit with something? Why are you talking so weird?
And you will see the people, they are very much cheering for you. They are adoring you, Nina. They're like, what's this? I love this. It's funny, but, you know, just
Oh,
being
yeah,
entertaining
no.
and interesting. Why not? And
I
Ogmar,
love
you're
this.
next.
Well, Ogbar's gonna hit this guy. Pretty classic turn for him. Plus this.
16?
16?
Yes.
For 7.
He is unconscious.
And, you know, just for the show of it, he's gonna show off the banner one last time, and bonus action, the wings unfurl, and he flies right over this rock and does a cool little flip and lands next to this guy. Oh no, what happened? Right
Mhm.
there.
Yep.
And he's as he lands, he's gonna bring down the beast breaker on him. 15 plus.
Roll a bless.
I'm
Hit.
remembering it now.
Thanks to blessed rolls.
Thanks,
13
bless.
points of damage, and this one is now blooded.
And I juice it up just for fun.
Ah, another 10, and let's make that save.
He's prone.
Yep, this one is prone. I guess.
Yes.
Is it bullying at this point?
And I end my
Kind of.
turn.
As you start your turn, Mavera looks at you like she doesn't want to forfeit, only for your sake, not your as Locke, your as a team. She wants to give a good social then, as you hear all those people saying, Death Sword, Death Sword, Death Sword, finish her, finish! Yeah, you can do this! As the underdogs of this tournament, it's your turn.
All right. I can't fucking see anything.
Correct.
And anyone? Where are they?
Over your
Alright, I'm gonna bum rush toward Ogbar and trip on this thing.
dexterities.
I won't ask for something like that. It's up to Locke to play that.
I mean, I am running full speed just because I'm fucking tanking. Yeah, let's do it. What do I do?
Alright. Go for dexterity save if you wish. Alright, you will balance yourself, and even though you will stumble momentarily, you will use your right arm and grab on the huge rock on the next. Perhaps make a very small hole in it with your very powerful claws as you balance yourself out and realize that Mavera is close to you, next to you.
Fast, but not fast enough.
Alright, so I'm blind, but it's prone.
It evens out.
Okay. Evens out.
It's a normal one, yeah.
1251. Okay. I'm going to reckless attack and just fucking yell across this whole battlefield. Just hopefully an ending motion.
Just so you know, you cannot get advantage in more than one way, so it would
Sounds
still be
good.
normal if you
Sounds
wanna.
good.
Mm-hmm. Makes
Even
sense.
out.
Respectful. The first attack is gonna be powerful, the second just reckless, as the first one connects on Mavera, and you attempt to start at the same spot, but she will be clever and quick enough to move a little bit from where you had your side previously.
All right. And then with another yell, we are just opening up the hands for the black slod claws, and we're going in twice.
All of those are gonna hit, so that's another 15 and 12. That's 27. Mavera is gonna reach out and yell, "Ah!" That hurt. That hurt a lot. It's probably gonna be my last one, but here comes! As he will attempt to retaliate with a powerful swing as he stands up. And let's go one strike at luck. Advantage because you were blind. Oh no, you are not blinded anymore, but you did go recklessly, so that's 4 plus 5 for you. One strike at Ogvar.
Hmm. That just hits. And she's gonna take, as well as the acid damage, reciprocal rend.
As well as a concurrent sentinel.
Where's my
Neither-
thing?
I have 17 health. If you high roll it very much, you can take it. Well, that's not the case, but still, let's make the strength save. She will not endure that, and she will be 15 feet if I'm correct.
Yeah, into Locke's fist, basically.
And as he goes into Locke's fist, Locke will use that as momentum and strike as he barely regains his consciousness, his eyesight, sorry. And Mavera will drop down unconscious. As immediately at this point, he will be teleported right out to safety. As people will start yelling, "Death Sword! Death Sword! Death Sword!" and the dragon roars to even enhance your status, as you will hear them clapping, especially the noble right there, Midelish Deluis, clapping very loudly. That was quite a show. I'm really looking forward to seeing them on the next one. Powerful, powerful. As Nina will eventually, after 30 seconds, drop down on the ground.
After a long time. She'll give one last speech as she's floating down. She calls out, she says, "Abyssal hordes, evil cults, mushroom dragons, and sladdy runts. We're the heroes of Crystalmere, saviors of the lands below. We're death wards, don't you know?"
Yes.
I love this so much.
Now you've done it. Have a good. As people definitely gonna cheer for that. They appreciate both your humor and the eloquent speech, as well as your appearance. Of course, with the scythe and the powers that you just used, and the tricksiness among some bliss. Also, of course, acknowledging Locke and Juniper in the last fight, Ogvar as well. You are all gonna make a stand, and some of them are gonna. Brennan, behind you, you will see one of those guys come closer. "Hey, where is your wolf? My daughter cheered for her."
I'm so sorry, but she's kind of taking a personal day today.
Oh. I wish her to be fine till the finals. The rest, well, as you will be forced by Welios and the others there to leave the arena momentarily to go once more to the arena way through. As well as will appear to say that congratulations, you made it to the final 8. And in the meantime, Tappy, you gain back the 56 that you did spend, along another 52. You don't get the same amount. Well, obviously they want to make some money themselves, but you get 52 more. As well as comes there, we'll say next weekend, Friday to Sunday evening, it's gonna be the last 3 matches for all of you. Sunday evening, it will be the finals. Take good care and rest. Although, if you wish, you can stay at the arena. The other team, the ones that win the next match, are gonna be fighting you. So, you might want to get a pick on them.
Alright.
Oh, that would be useful. That would be very
Should
useful,
we stay?
right, guys?
Um,
Oh, I guess we don't have to stay the whole week, right?
Just
I
to see
think
who
we
they
should-
are.
maybe we should finish this out before we go anywhere else, so we don't you know,
back.
come up nearly late again.
No, that's I mean, we have are the other teams already here, Wales?
Yes, they are. They are just modifying the arena because they are playing under other rules. From now on, each arena fight has its own special rules, like you have with the rocks. Spoiler alert, this one has a different attitude. Depends on who feels most like a king.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, while we're here, we could go and we could go and have a look. We could go and introduce ourselves to the other teams, right, guys? Like
Yeah.
Ogbar said, it'll save us coming back. At least having an idea of what they can do would be cool.
Also unclear,
Oh.
Aurelius, are we allowed to watch the matches they participate in?
Yes, I'm almost certain that I did see some of those teams watching you as well, so
Oh wow, that would be, I mean, kind of a missed opportunity for us, right? I feel like we've been at a disadvantage.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of my fucking plan for the rest of them.
What, we go all try hard mode?
as well as we'll laugh a little bit saying, I appreciate your carefree attitude, but perhaps you should watch them. It's also pretty interesting. All the teams that have reached up to this point are quite powerful. Wish you the best. See you next week. And he will leave, as you will hear him saying the same amount of rules that he did say to you earlier. As you take care of your backpacks, moments later, you will see a familiar face passing by. As you will see Quav right outside yourself. Well, what a nice match there. You there, pointing towards Ina. What an astonishing move. I laughed so much at that.
Oh, so did I. The dude's an idiot. But I can't blame him.
Nonetheless, we have a fight to win before we meet you on the next round. So, just watch me. Okay, watch the others as well, but watch me most.
Oh, so you're going to be fighting next. Okay, look, it looks like you're going to be getting that one-on-one.
And you will hear Jinx in the distance. Hey, Quav, stop talking! We have a fight! It's starting! They're closing the door! As he will say, oh, coming, they are coming! As they will both disappear in the distance, getting
Okay.
outside. And as you can hear metallic clanging as the doors open. Like, what the? Like they're a bit surprised by what they see.
Oh no.
As you will also go outside and see this arena.
Oh my god, it's King of the Hill.
King of the Hill. Yeah, you're exactly right.
As Jinx, Quav, and some other allies of them, soldiers, seemingly saw themselves there, you will hear them announcing them, the battlers that have been doing so much for this city, saving us from cultists and other threats, with the leader Quav, the bright platinum knight, the face of our city. They cannot stop until they win this place, being the dark horse of this tournament alongside the Death Swords. Let's see another match. Can the underdog win this time? While on the other side, we have another newly formed team. But the wins that they have done clearly put them up the list on their favorites. As you will see, 4 men that don't even wear any armor coming right outside from a far away kingdom with great powers, of course, under the guidance of someone as powerful as Mandatos. Let's see who will prevail in this match of King of the Hill. And before this begins, and you get to see it a little bit, it's where we're gonna put a pause on this session till the next week.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
My goodness.
What's with all these topless shirtless elves?
Um,
Wow.
so are we staying in town so we can finish out this tournament and not have to run cross country, guys?
Jeez, Jeremy, why are you
Yeah,
gonna bring
just
it up
a
now?
week. Just a
Just
week.
saying. Just saying.
Unless you have a teleportation method, it's just a week. Wait for the week.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think yeah.
We got a dinner in 3 days, anyways.
Oh, it's true. We gotta get
Yeah.
we gotta
We
get dressed
gotta
up for
get it.
that.
Yeah. Because we're boating right before we go and get this potion. That's the brain. We need to figure out what's going on with Brain's family.
Psh, I guess.
We agreed. We've agreed like twice, right? Since the Sphinx,
Yes.
at the Sphinx Temple. Yeah, yeah. Good. Just
Well,
we keep
It's
pushing
gonna
off.
be fun next week. As I said, the arenas are now gonna be changing, and they're gonna pose more challenges eventually. Well, obviously, you might have to fight in King of the Hill as well, because they're not changing in between every match. It's just that you won't ever face the same arena yourselves. But, yep. Next week, that. Till then, everybody, have a good
Great-
time, and
Great
I'll see you
session,
then.
BT. Thanks very much.
See ya.
Definitely
Bye.
good stuff. See ya.
Oh yeah, this is
Bye.
great. Peace.
All right. Back in town, you guys. You know what time it is.
Adventure time?
Time to make some fucking scrolls.
Oh.
Time.
Time to ruin VG's life.
Scroll time.
What a nerd.
Oh yeah, we could do that, couldn't we?
Churning out the scrolls.
Only if you're proficient in Arcana, like Big Brain over here.
Well, what I mean is like you know.
No, I was
you've got
talking
a
to Will.
dream, right? You've got a dream, haven't you?
No.
You've got Millstone. Shouldn't you be saving for Millstone?
Yeah.
But you're not.
What do you mean?
You're making scrolls, right?
I'm making 2 scrolls, yeah.
Yeah, they cost gold, right?
I mean, I guess I could, save every penny we get
Well, yeah. it's
on
just
Millstone.
Every piece of gold that you don't save is
I
like
mean, it's-
another orphan somewhere in the world. That
Yeah, it's only like your
Alright,
wife's eminent
Well, I
dream,
mean, he
you
doesn't
know?
care. All right,
It's
in
a-
canon, Ogvar just doesn't care about
yeah,
anyone.
exactly,
So.
whatever. Yeah, just crook it.
He got Croak. I mean,
That's his child. His child. He married Juniper. That's all the that's all the charity he's willing to.
Remember, Juniper's fine. He's fine. Juniper's fine. It's okay.
that's
Juniper's
not what I
here,
was.
she's
That is
fine,
literally
there's
not what
nothing
I was
bad happening to
saying.
her.
Literally not what I was saying. But yeah, okay.
We know.
Okay, so,
Ogvar and I are terrible at saying things.
Really?
You have to wait until Sam is online to actually get anything good.
Is Sam played by your twin brother? Is that why you never mentioned anything?
Yeah,
about
he's
music
played by
games?
Baramy.
Baramy.
I use interact object to kiss my wife.
That was my favorite one. I will use my free object interaction to kiss my wife.
Ooh, that's a T-shirt, man.
Yeah. Like it's in the words that you're using, right? It's really hard not to see where that's going. It's so funny. Thanks for that one, Jeremy.
I
Good stuff
can-
all around.
Is Brennan gonna take Lupa to go get fixed up, or what's going on with Lupa? I think I missed what's up.
She hurt her footsies.
Yeah, she's got a broken foot, so she basically just needs to rest for 2 weeks. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, he wouldn't if there's any free time, he'd probably bring
Is there
but
any way we can speed it along?
Yeah, come on.
There's a nice farm in northern Saria she might like.
But that's why if we can bring Lupa to a vet, then we'll probably find something.
There'll be vets in Ironhaven, right?
Yeah.
People still have pets.
Yeah. Especially wild. That's, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like they're specialists.
Maybe Juniper knows something. Maybe Juniper. No.
Juniper. No.
She likes animals, right? Maybe she can give her some like words of wisdom.
I'm like more of a plant girl.
Well, she's not a vet, but she has opinions, right? So
Yeah, lots of opinions.
lots of
Oh my
opinions.
Wow, Kai is going crazy.
Why is Kai going crazy?
This RP chat.
What, the RP chat?
She's doing so well. It's so
Wait.
adorable.
Wait, what? She's reading the RP chat?
So, Vlad is running a text RP campaign within the Tesseria world.
Oh, I get you. I get you.
Yeah, and she joined it, and she's got her little character going, and she's been doing these like doodles with her little RP entries, and it's super
Aw.
adorable.
Oh my god.
Her character is hilarious. I don't know. Have you seen the Trolls movie? Any Trolls movie?
Long ago.
There was like I don't even know.
It was told in the scrolls.
Anyways, she's playing this. It's a gnome, right? She's playing like a heavy metal bard gnome, and I don't know. It's freaking adorable.
That is
Also,
so
if,
adorable.
amazing.
if you've seen Tenacious D, she's basically Jack Black.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, she's making a doodle for like every single entry she puts in. It's kind of absurd.
Adorable.
Absurd in a good way.
Amazing.
It's
Kai.
so cute.
Well, she's now canon. She exists within BG's world.
Yes.
It's so sweet. That was a great ring. I imagine the next 3 round. They're supposed to be back to back. That's what he
a good
said.
question, 'cause
It
he said
seems
on the
like-
site 3 in one evening. Is what he said.
I
Yeah, it
think
seems like one every day or every 2 days or something.
yeah, I think it was around a day.
Oof.
So, yeah, all the so like with the next one is 8, right? So I think the next one, all 8 will be done in a single day, and then the next day it will be all 4, and then the next day it would be
Oh,
the final
man.
2.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Rather than us being in like 8 fights. It would
Yeah.
obviously, yeah, obviously that's not how it would work. Okay.
He was pulling out all the stops. I'm terrified to see what happens in the next arena.
Well, I mean, Ogvar's gonna get quite a bit of use if it's the King of the Hell thing, right? Because he's got all his
Whatever that
stuff that
does.
moves people. He's got
Oh,
like
yeah, you
his,
just
his
tear 'em off.
pushes and his telekinetic mind blast.
My brain blast.
Brain blast. He's got all that stuff, so yeah, he can just knock people off. He's got Crusher, right? Have you still got Crusher, or did you get rid of Crusher?
I still have Crusher.
You still have
Yeah.
Crusher.
And Locke has it too.
Oh.
Because he's really cool.
News to me.
What?
What?
You're stinky, man.
Will
Fun.
did he give it? Did he give an in-game time? It was like gonna be a week or something?
It's in a weekend game, yeah,
The
Oh,
next
okay,
one,
okay.
yeah.
which works out as being
Right.
next week.
Huh?
Yep.
What he said.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Do it.
Perfect.
Do it.
Does Tappy wanna go in then for the next round?
She's fine with whatever. If you want her to, then yeah.
Betting.
Nina could step out next round because I might be quite busy during the session, so I might have to disagree an awful
Uh-oh.
lot. So,
Oh.
so Tabby could step in Nina's place if you wanted.
Are you gonna miss the game, or are you gonna still be in and listening? But
No,
back and
I'll
forth?
be in. There's just a very good chance because no one's going to be here except for me, so my dad might come
Oh.
away a lot. So
Okay.
Um,
No, I understand.
so
Yeah.
I'd rather not be people waiting on my turns or anything like that, or just screwing up the order or anything like that. if I have to disappear for like 5 minutes. Yeah, so that I think someone should step in for Nina. I think we either get if Lupa doesn't get fixed, then I think Taffy should. If Will doesn't want to, then
I think
you can
that
throw Lupa in.
I think that Lupa needs like a couple of in-game, like at least 2 or 3 in-game weeks to heal. I think if I remember the homebrew PDF,
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So yeah, she would need at least another week of
Yeah,
of healing.
that's what I mean. If you don't want to, then we'd throw Lupa in wounded and fragile. But I don't think that's a good idea. I think
Gotta go, guys. See ya.
Yeah.
yeah, I think Tappy should step in.
Boo.
Yeah. So it'll be Tappy
I'm
and
sure Siobhan's
Juniper.
got some tricks or kind of still around.
Yeah, if you want Tappy to hop in, then yeah, she'd be more than willing to.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I prefer that to Nina like not being there for part of it or missing big chunks of it. So yeah, that's what I think's best. Yeah.
Well, it was a good fight, guys.
It was,
Uh,
it was.
I was worried when he pulled out that T-Rex.
Mm.
And the
wasn't.
hits
I was
that
like,
main
he's-
dude.
I was like, there's
Yeah,
no way
fuck.
he's holding his concentration on that. He's left that way too late.
As always, Junie comes in clutch.
That is why you never use polymorph on
Yeah,
yourself.
I tell you what else came in clutch. There's that fucking blast with all the saves and Jesus, everything really.
It's amazing. It's amazing. I love it. Jumped through so many hoops to be able to cast it. By that I mean I took one feat that I didn't want, but that's fine. Yeah. And it'll be gone soon when Nina dies. When someone
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
yeah, I've never had a character last this long. I don't think. So
What?
yeah, I'm just waiting on it. Yeah, level 9 in 5th edition. I don't know why 5th edition. The groups that I've
Drops?
played in with 5th edition just seem to be so much more violent than the older edition groups. Yeah, I think you have less control over your character's fate, right? Once they go down, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. They can go down so easily. We almost sort of like Looper. Well, Looper. All it takes is the monster going, "I'm gonna kill this person," and bam, they're gone. That's it. Just need one hit
Yeah.
and one bad roll. Yeah.
Remember,
Right.
your brute only procs once.
What is what's Nina's AC?
16, big old 16.
Oh, okay.
It's terrible
Well,
for
close.
being on the front line. But
Aw.
Mm.
yeah.
You just go in and out, in and out.
Yeah, I could. Yeah. I gotta go anyway. Keep looking at the clock.
Same.
No,
Yeah,
same.
me too. Have a
That's
good day,
one
guys.
for me.
I gotta get going.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Deep right now.
See y'all.
Peace, dudes. Yeah, this is the 40th session we've had. I think you joined. Yeah, 40. I think you joined around like 10 or 15. So you've been. So Nina's been in game for like 30 sessions.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is
We've-
a session. Like,
We've been playing for almost a year.
Wow. Wait, I joined in October. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah.
yeah.
It's just
I think we started in August.
yeah. Jeez, that's so
Oh.
much like
Goodbye, stream.
the last few months.